Hey, what's up, buddy? Here we are doing this another time. Let's see how it pops off. How's it going again? Because I'm not gonna post the other one, so I guess this is a new one. How you doing, man? Did you have a good Christmas?
Yeah, man. I got to go see my family and hang out with them and eat good. So that's the best part.
Heck yeah, same, man. Same. It was cool. Got to see my family 2 days in a row. We smashed. We ate good food. We just chilled, man. It was cool watching my nephews um are now old enough to actually enjoy Christmas, so that was fun to watch. So, to be honest,
Yeah.
watch them just in like running around enjoying being a kid. It was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We've got a nice little thing ahead of us. I've really been fighting myself. It's taken me hours to get this put together, and I've been fighting how and where I'm gonna start with it. I'm gonna go ahead and start with a whole another. I'm gonna start with this instead and really work on way a different way. So here we go. I don't really have much to say right now, man. Everybody in the chat, much love to you. I haven't seen it yet, so um, much love. If you are who you are.
New information is coming out about Minnesota's massive fraud scandal. Each new revelation is fueling more and more demands for answers from Democrat Governor Tim Waltz and his administration. The FBI saying it's massing resources to get those answers. This is the Faulkner Focus. Hi, everyone. I'm Julie Banderas in for Harris today.
A girl right here.
So, an independent journalist is documenting some damning sites at multiple healthcare, locked doors at no children at the centers that reportedly received millions of dollars state and federal funding. That journalist is now speaking out about his findings. Watch.
I've known about the fraud taking place for a long time. Minnesotans have been telling me for a long time about the Somali fraud that is taking place. And with his help, we were able to crack over $110 million in fraud in one day. And that's just the tip. When people say it's the tip of the iceberg, it really is, because there's billions of fraud inside of the state of Minnesota right now. The government could figure out that there's fraud going on.
WALTZ's office pushed back against the video, saying, quote, the governor has worked for years to crack down on
for more authority. The fraud when it was happening. And he not only ignored them, he retaliated against him. I'm telling you, Molly, if that's accurate, and it can be, administration needs to be held accountable. It's time that we find answers to all these questions and hold everybody accountable.
Congressman Chip Roy is coming up, but first, Garrett Tenney has more on this mess.
Fraud in the child care space in Minneapolis is that it really isn't new at all. There have been reports about it appears it has largely been allowed to continue without much interruption. One example of a child care business that is now under the microscope is Quality Learning Center, or Leering Center, as the sign says. Leering Center for 99 children, from infants to toddlers. But the business hours are from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Over the past 3 years, there's been 120 violations for all kinds of things, including for not having proper documentation.
Who would send their kids somewhere? Oh yeah, somebody that's here with no documentation and has no fucks to give. Who would send their kid? Minnesota's trash.
For all of the kids there. Despite that, the local ABC station reported back in January that the business has still been able to receive nearly $8 million in federal tax money since 2019. We've also confirmed that the owners took out more than $200,000 in PPP loans during the pandemic that were completely forgiven. Nick Shirley says there were similar red flags at some of the other child care centers that he tried to visit in the Twin Cities.
But it's so obvious. If you're living in Minnesota, you have to raise your eyebrows and think, what's going on? Literally, if you drive around Minnesota, around Minneapolis, you'll see daycare centers, autism centers. You will then see transportation companies that have snow piled up as if they haven't moved in months.
After Shirley's videos went viral, FBI Director Kash Patel posted that the Bureau is all over this, saying that steals from taxpayers and not vulnerable children will remain a top FBI priority in Minnesota and nationwide. The FBI believes this is just the tip of a very large iceberg. We will continue to follow the money and protect children, and this investigation very much remains ongoing. While Governor Tim Walz and other state officials are now claiming that they are taking steps to investigate and to keep this from happening again, remember, these claims of fraud in child care centers are not new. In fact, all the way back in 2018, as Walz first run for governor, sources in the Somali community told our local station, KMSP, that it was an open secret that starting a daycare center and billing the federal government for it was like getting a license to make money. Julie?
Garrett Tenney.
If you saw the news, but Fox News is claiming President Trump is declining in the polls. And President Trump responded, says Fox News.
Thank you. Republican Congressman Chip Roy, a Texas member of the Judiciary Budget and Rules Committees, joins me now. Thank you so much for talking to us. All right, so let's just talk about Walz and his credibility here when he says that he didn't know that any of this was going on when it's such a massive fraud scandal. How could he not know?
Yeah, Julie, great to be with you. I hope you had a Merry Christmas. And,
You too.
you know, it defies all logic and reason to believe that Governor Waltz was ignorant of what was happening in Minnesota. Let's be clear. He was campaigning on it last year with respect to the campaign with Vice President Harris in her run for the presidency. He literally was talking about it. Thank God that President Trump won that election. Thank God that we do not have a Harris-Waltz presidency, because they would be encouraging this to continue, whereas this president is rooting out the fraud, securing the border, stopping the flow of people in the country. But this is what happens when you have massive welfare programs that are funding people that are coming into our country, whether it's illegally or, frankly, through legal channels.
Exactly. Imagine that.
The radical left and the Marxists who want this to occur. The Somali community knew full well what they were doing. It's a part of an enterprise-wide effort that's global, tied to the United Nations, tied to world organizations, NGOs, our own taxpayer dollars that are being used against us while we import people to be put on the welfare state, to be put on Medicaid, and to take taxpayer money. It's fraud that has to be stopped, and people need to be removed, deported, denaturalized, and sent back to Somalia.
Damn right.
Walz is now going to concentrate on, because he says that investigations are ongoing
in these centers, but where's the money?
And why should taxpayers have to foot the bill? Who's going to end up paying the government back, or is it going to be the responsibility of taxpayers?
Well, importantly, I'm really proud that we at least put fraud protection in the big, beautiful bill, working with President Trump and what we did with the work requirements and Medicaid, because it was ripe for abuse. But we've got to go a lot farther at the federal level, and we've got to hold states accountable. Right now, they know what they're doing, and they're trying to take this money. And by the way, this is the tip of the iceberg. Let's go look at California and what they're doing. Billions of dollars. And we know there is massive Medicaid fraud. For Attorney General, Medicaid fraud is a central element of being Attorney General of a state. Keith Ellison was neck deep in all of this. Keith Ellison is friendly with CARE, friendly with groups that are affiliated with the Muslim Brotherhood. All of this stuff is connected, and if we don't recognize that, then we're not going to win this battle, because it's a purposeful effort to exploit our laws, to allow people to come to this country, try to Islamify our country, and use the word
Critics are also asking why Congresswoman Ilhan Omar's husband reportedly purged key officer official details from his $25 million venture capital firm's website. Now, this move comes amid growing questions about the couple's wealth and possible connection to the welfare. According to their latest financial disclosure in May, the couple surged 3,500%
in just 1 year.
How do you make 3,500% more money doing what she does? Oh, I know, politicking, scamming.
It estimates now putting it anywhere from $6 million to $30 million.
That's crazy, bro.
How do you explain that? And
exactly, he was
scrubbing on the website. That doesn't look good. What's WALTZ doing about that? Is he looking into this?
Well, certainly not. I mean, he's certainly supportive of whatever they're doing. And this is one of the other things that we need to address is the extent to which members of Congress find themselves getting wealthy while they're in Congress. In this case, it appears by being completely in bed with all of the fraudulent activity that's going on in Minnesota. Of course, we should investigate this. Of course, we look into what they're scrubbing from their website. I think we've got to explore this as far as we can, including potentially looking into denaturalizing and removing Ilhan Omar if she's violated our laws. And by the way, we should also ban stock trading among members of Congress, since we're talking about the wealth of Congress, and I have a bill to do that, and I hope we will do that next year. Mike Johnson, the speaker, is working with us to do that. We have got to stop all of this flow of dollars that is corrupting our system, empower the American people to do what they do best, and we've got to pause immigration. I introduced a bill to pause immigration because we've got to stop this massive abuse of our system, using H-1Bs, using diversity visas. President Trump is exactly right to have frozen the diversity visas, to have stopped that, to freeze the flow from countries of concern. Remember that in 1920, when we had a high percentage of people that were foreign born, we froze immigration for 40 years. And our country vanquished, the Nazis in Germany, freed the world. We did great things in those 40 years. We can do it again. That's why I introduced legislation to pause immigration. The president's right to do that, and I'm supporting him in that effort.
Okay, meantime, the Trump administration is working to highlight its achievements this year ahead of next year's midterm elections. And commentator Scott Jennings says that one victory is bigger than the rest. What is it? Let's watch.
On the immigration piece, it's been a big success this year. It's the biggest promise fulfilled. We've had 2.5 million people deported. A significant number of them were self-deported. They used the government's app or just decided to leave the country altogether. I know the left has treated this as some big controversy, but I don't know what's controversial about the president just simply enforcing the laws that are on the books.
And the numbers back that up. The Department of Homeland Security says that more than 2.5 million illegal immigrants have left the U.S. since Trump took office. Nearly 2 million of those electing to self-deport. And the White House also says that 0 illegal immigrants have been released into the United States for 7 straight months. The Democrats call that horrible. What say you?
Well, I do think this is the greatest achievement of the presidency. They've dropped down the flow at the border to 0. We feel it in Texas. We're a much safer and stronger country as a result. The president is right. Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, Kristi Noem, all of the great work of ICE and Border Patrol, they're standing behind them. ICE is removing people that need to be removed. But let's add to that this next year. Let's stop the abuse of our legal immigration system. Let's permanently make reforms so that you can't have H-1Bs and diversity visas that are messing up our country by importing people who are using our welfare system, which you opened this segment with. The president should be congratulated, his entire team, for what they're doing. But we got to finish the job, and Congress needs to codify what the president has been doing, so you can't have a future Biden and Mayorkas that destroys the system. Let's pause immigration. Let's reform the system. Let's make permanent changes to back up what the president's done. And by the way, one underreported piece, the SUE Act, which we included, which was a bill that I authored with Dan Bishop, that was included, which allows states to sue the federal government if they fail to secure the border in the future,
so that we can stop the
administration from
doing that. We're doing a lot of great things.
Up in 2026.
Congressman Chip Roy.
Chip Roy, thank you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Julie. God bless.
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno, numbered every weekday
12 p.m. Eastern, or set your DVR. Also, don't forget
to hit the like, share, subscribe. Hope everybody's doing well. Here we go. Dude, so just so you guys know, there was just some sort of, I don't know, Trump just came out with something to say to Iran. Looks like we're back in beef with them again. This is pretty much breaking news.
President Trump has a New Year's message for the world. America wants
Fewer illegal drugs, an end to war,
and more peace and prosperity. But don't be fooled. He will do what it takes to get there. He put Iran on serious notice yesterday.
Oh, so yesterday.
I hope they're not trying to build up again, because if they are, we're going to have no choice but very quickly to eradicate that buildup, that they're building up weapons and other things. And if they are, they're not using the sites that we obliterated. Possibly different sites.
Iran's
No
regime
shit.
big problems at home, massive protests, and continued political repression. Iranian security forces responding with batons and tear gas. Israeli Prime Minister Bennett posting this rallying cry to the protesters.
They're raining glorious past
can have an even more glorious future. That future depends on each and every one of you. So to all the brave men and women now rising up across your country, all the nations of the free world stand with you in your just struggle. Change is possible.
Iran, as well as Hamas, was top of the list on the agenda when Prime Minister Netanyahu visited Mar-a-Lago yesterday. Lucas Tomlinson has more.
I got that meeting I was going to play. I'm just not sure when.
It sure has, Julie. Good morning. It was the fifth time the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited with the last foreign leader. Between two leaders seemed to be put to rest yesterday when the president said this about Hamas.
We talked about disarmament, and they're going to be given a very short period of time to disarm. If they don't disarm as they agreed to do, they agreed to it, and then they'll be held to pay.
There's nothing subtle there, Julie. Now, today, the Treasury Department announcing drone trade with Venezuela. The announcement comes one day after President Trump admitted the U.S. was behind the strike destroyed drug boats moored in Venezuela earlier this month, marking the first strikes ashore. U.S. forces have now launched strikes in Venezuela, Nigeria, Somalia, Syria, Yemen, Iran, Iraq, the Caribbean, and Eastern Pacific this year. That's part of the president's Peace Through Strength initiative. Netanyahu was the second world leader to visit the winter White House in as many days. President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine sat down with Brett Baer in an exclusive interview and reacted to Trump saying Putin wants Ukraine to succeed.
You don't agree with that?
No, it's not about agree. I don't trust Trump, and they don't want. I mean, this. I don't trust Putin, and he doesn't want success for Ukraine.
Combat operations continue in Syria. Just a few minutes ago, the U.S. Central Command responsible for all American forces in the Middle East said U.S. and partnered forces like these Syrian forces have been battling ISIS and have killed or captured 25 ISIS fighters in the past 2 weeks. Since
airstrikes hit 70 ISIS targets in Syria.
Soldiers from the Iowa
Your mic, Tim.
Their American attorney. Julie,
talking.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm JT.
I wasn't talking.
Zolt Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all,
The Wall Street Journal editorial board calls yesterday's meeting a showcase of the Trump-Netanyahu United Front. An excerpt.
I just don't find it. I just find it ironic that they meet up, and then this happens. I kind of want to watch what they have to say now.
If Iran accumulates enough missiles, it could overwhelm the air defenses of Israel and other U.S. allies, even without a nuclear weapon. A united front on Iran is the best way to pressure the regime to come to a deal limiting its nuclear and missile programs so Israel doesn't have to strike again. Some of Trump's advisors would like him to restrain Israel across all fronts. But Israel has taken from the war of October 2023 one lesson above all. It can never again allow jihadists to reign and build up military power with impunity on its borders. That's a policy worthy of U.S. support. Victoria Coates, former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Trump, joins me now. She is also Vice President of National Security and Foreign Policy for the Heritage Foundation. Thank you very much for talking to us today.
Good morning, Julie. Good to be with you.
Let's begin with Iran, because the threat is real, and the president is not mincing words when he says that they will attack again. Where do you think they're currently enriching their weapons, considering that many of their sites were demolished by the United States, but the president says that there are other states that are still up and running?
Right, and this has been the president's bottom line, both in his first term and his second term, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. No. That's the fundamental national security issue that concerns the United States. And so that's why he acted in the B-2 bomber strike in June that was so decisive. But he said at the time, we're going to assess, we're going to see what they're doing. If they do the right thing and don't reconstitute, then we can consider the matter closed. If they do the wrong thing, which they've been doing for 50 years, and pursue a nuclear weapon, we can go in and strike. And they can't do anything about it. They don't have air defenses to stop us. So that's really our mission there.
Iran and Russia are very similar. They cannot be trusted. Last year, the Office of the National Intelligence Director reported that with continued enrichment, Iran already had enough.
Hold on, I don't have time. I don't got time to type the shit up, bro. The person that said that Fox is all on their feelings, bro, clearly you're on your feelings. They're showing you actual shit. Proof. Bro, do I really need to get into it? Should I go find fucking what CNN has to say?
More than a dozen nuclear weapons. Maybe more alarming, the Islamic Republic's conventional arsenal, a vast array of more than 3,000 ballistic missiles with a variety of ranges. And it has successfully tested at least one to a distance of 2,000 kilometers, more than 1,200 miles to be exact. That is capable of reaching inside Israel's closest border. And that is exactly why these meetings between Trump and Netanyahu are absolutely critical, because as we know, Israel will never stand back again after October 7th and allow for Iran to have its hands in killing more of their people.
Exactly. And that's why the threat from Hamas is intolerable after October 7th. That can't be tolerated. But then also, as you're just reporting, the direct threat from Iran. And so we've had two engagements with Israel and Iran over the course of the 2-year war with Hamas, where Iran launched these massive missile strikes on Israel. Fortunately, Israel and the United States, our exquisite joint missile defense capabilities, fought those off. But it's a real danger. And so, no, I think what we saw was a great show of unity from the prime minister and the president yesterday. There's a cottage industry of left-leaning media, certainly not you, but media who want to see risk. They report these disagreements. It's just not real. Having been in the room with both of them, they are absolutely in lockstep on this issue.
As they should be. Victoria Coates, thank you so much for talking to us.
Like, share, subscribe. Let's go now. Here's another brand new story.
Stage, how President Trump is handling allies and adversaries as part of his push for peace in the new year. Good morning. We are almost to a brand new year. I'm Molly Live. Bill and Dana are off today. Hi, Bill.
Hey, Molly. Good morning to you. Great to be with you once again. I'm Bill Malugin, and this is America's Newsroom. The president hosting world leaders at Mar-a-Lago. That includes Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The president praising Netanyahu's leadership as Israel is now looking to enter the second phase of a U.S. brokered peace deal.
Look, he's a wartime prime minister. He's done a phenomenal job. He's taken Israel through a very dangerous period of trauma. Israel with other people might not exist right now, if you want to know the truth. That's a pretty big statement, but it's true.
President Trump Trump also hosting Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. The president said a Ukraine peace deal is closer than ever, but disputes over territory remain unresolved.
And in the meantime, the U.S. is ramping up its pressure campaign against Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, with President Trump touting
I don't know. I can't make it any
Venezuelan
louder.
loading docks.
Lucas Tomlinson.
I hear it fine.
Palm Beach. Good morning, Lucas.
Are you researching
kinda-
dental implants?
It's
There's a
kind
lot
of
of
low
dental
video
offices
because the
that'll talk
commercials.
about doing their teeth.
Good morning, Molly. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was the first foreign leader to visit President Trump in the White House when he returned to office. And now he's likely the last world leader that President Trump will be meeting with this year after their meeting yesterday at Mar-a-Lago. And yesterday, Trump was asked if he would support Israeli strikes on Iran's ballistic missile or nuclear programs.
If they will continue with the missiles, yes. The nuclear, fast. Okay. One will be yes, absolutely. The other was we'll do it immediately.
So that was a yes, Molly. In the Pacific, U.S. forces continue its strikes on alleged drug boats. Here it looks like a pair of 500-pound bombs were used to destroy this alleged drug boat. The 30th strike since combat operations began in early September. And now these strikes have turned inland. President Trump telling reporters yesterday the United States struck a dock in Venezuela used to transport drugs.
There was a major explosion in the dock area where they load the boats up with drugs. They load the boats up with drugs, so we hit all the boats in that area. It's the implementation area. That's where they implement, and that is no longer around.
As
Reverb.
Motion, Molly, just have now launched strikes in Venezuela, Nigeria, Somalia, Syria, Yemen, the Caribbean, and Eastern Pacific this year. Since Trump returned to the White House, Netanyahu is the second world leader to visit the winter White House in Palm Beach in as many days. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky visiting Sunday. And some eyebrows were raised when President Trump said Putin wants Ukraine to succeed. Our colleague.
I don't agree. I don't trust this. And they don't want. I mean, this. I'm not. I don't trust Putin, and he doesn't want success for Ukraine.
Continue in Syria. U.S. Central Command, responsible for all American forces in the Middle East, said U.S. and partner forces, likely Syrian forces, conducted raids resulting in 25 ISIS fighters killed or captured just in the last 2 weeks since those massive strikes.
Folks are dying from straining on.
That's you. Brian, go. Brian one day was talking about his training, and my phone heard it, and it sent me a. Oh, you guys can't hear the commercial that's going on. And it sent me a. My phone wasn't even on me, and somehow it sent a whole entire thing of how to go to the bathroom without straining yourself. I was like,
what?
Yeah, dude. It was heard your whole conversation and gave me advice on how to fucking dance. Swear to God.
Oh, bull.
On our friendship, I swear to God, dude.
How would I be able to tell anybody how to go to the bathroom?
We had a big
It was hilarious.
A lot of talent.
Can't make it up.
I don't believe you.
It says you can't sit on the toilet for two. What I'm gonna do? What's that? It went right back, dude. The numbers are being real goofy, bro. Did you just see that? What do I do? Should I go back and keep playing it, or should I play something else? Should I do something else?
Try something. Try something else. I don't know. Try something else. That's it. It's back up. Know that it stopped. I don't know.
We'll do this and we'll get back into that because I'm more interested in what's going on in Minnesota than I am about anything, to be honest. So let's walk this out. All right, guys, this is my last run before I give up. I'm not feeling energy.
Get that truth. Who are you talking to?
Cunts.
Homeland Security is conducting an investigation into fraudulent Minnesota daycare healthcare centers. This, as FBI Director Cash Patel says, the Bureau is surging resources to the state, warning the $250 million scheme could be the very tip of the iceberg. Your Tenney has the latest on the investigation.
Yeah, Lawrence, to give you
citizens of
this
widespread
at least 62 child care centers in Minnesota were under investigation earlier this year before all of this blew up. This is
has been going on for over a decade now, and in other words, pretty similar
to the other fraud schemes that are already being investigated in Minnesota. Daycare centers will get low-income parents to enroll their kids, give the parents some kind of kickback, and sometimes they never show up again.
And while the owners are charging
millions of dollars a year. Independent reporter Nick Shirley put the spotlight back on this problem that's been going on for years when he tried to visit several child care centers that are under investigation. This video went viral. Here's
So that's 6 minutes. Which means I feel
Here's a small bit of that.
So this is Quality Learning Center. When they say Quality Learning Center, they said they spelled learning wrong.
We're just wondering where the children are.
We'd like to ask where the money's going.
It's kind of funny that the Democrats cry about the children, but yet here we are trying to find one right now, and they have nothing to do with them.
Look at that.
Fucking hilarious.
Where are the children? No children inside this daycare center.
Federal agents are now
in the county of Minneapolis going door to door to some of these businesses that are suspected of fraud. Federal prosecutors say the total fraud in Minnesota could ultimately be more than $9 billion. After Shirley's video went viral, Governor Tim Walz's office defended this growing scandal, telling Fox News.
Okay, dude, you're out of here, buddy.
Legislature for more authority to take aggressive action. He has strengthened oversight. They go on to say he is now taking steps to stop it from including creating
I was just about to get him.
program. But state Republican lawmakers argue that WALTZ has had 7 years to address this and has done almost nothing, despite whistleblowers saying sounding the alarm the entire time. Just this past hour, a group
Volume's a little low.
now calling on WALTZ to resign.
I don't know what to do. It's just
I don't know either. Yeah.
It's incredible that he continues to deny it. Here, thanks so much.
Hold on, let me try something.
Minnesota fraud scheme. They took all this COVID money and just wasted. Politicians know about the investigation. They went after the whistleblower. It was billions and billions of dollars.
Oh shit!
Somali community and political, leaders didn't want to criticize what was going on because they didn't want to affect
For somebody named Just the Facts, man. I mean, you are really stupid.
There's another $250 million that are a part of the fraud scheme. And he says that it's the tip of the iceberg. This is what he said in the full statement. Even before the public conversation escalated online, the FBI has surged personnel, investigative resources to Minnesota to dismantle fraud.
Hey, thank you.
Fraud that steals from taxpayers and robs vulnerable children will remain a top priority for the FBI in Minnesota and nationwide. To the date, the FBI believes that this is just the tip of the very large iceberg.
Kristi Noem posting video of Homeland Security investigators on the ground in Minneapolis, saying they are, quote, conducting a massive investigation on childcare and other rampant fraud. Their investigation following a viral video now that now has nearly 114 million views on X, where independent journalist Nick Shirley appears to show daycares and other businesses that received millions in state funds with no kids inside. Correspondent Garrett Kenny is live with more.
Yeah, Molly, the latest example of these fraud schemes in Minnesota are child care centers where rampant fraud has
Sometimes,
seemingly
Billy.
been allowed to go on for years now. Quality Learning Center is just one of the child care centers that federal investigators are now looking into.
Sometimes
And there are
we
plenty of red
can.
flags, starting with the sign on its building that doesn't even spell learning right. Over the past 3 years, the business has
what's
been
up,
cited
brother?
for more than
Hey,
120
Daniel.
violations for all kinds of things, including for not having proper documentation for all of the kids there. Despite that, from 2019 to 2024, the business received nearly $8 million in federal tax money, according to the local ABC station.
Is that bad? Is that against
other
the law?
child care centers across the Twin Cities where he says there were similar red flags.
We're just wondering where the children are.
Who are you? We'd like to ask where the money's going.
We definitely
Shut us down.
have panels.
Where are the children at? No children inside of this daycare center.
This is
After Shirley's
insane.
videos went viral, Governor Tim Walz's office sent us this statement saying the governor has worked for years to crack down on fraud and asked the state legislature for more authority to take aggressive action. He has strengthened oversight. Walz's office also defended his handling of the widespread fraud schemes that have been happening for years by claiming he's now taking steps to stop it from happening, including creating a statewide fraud prevention program. But federal
Happy New Year to you.
into claims that for years, Walz ignored whistleblowers who tried to sound the alarm on the fraud.
This guy now is scrambling to make it look like he's doing something. 2 weeks ago, he created a position with a guy to investigate fraud. 7 years too late, Timmy. It's time that we find answers
Hey,
to
man,
all
what
the
did I do?
questions and hold everybody accountable that has ripped off Minnesota taxpayers.
Over the weekend, FBI Director Kash Patel reiterated that this is very much an ongoing investigation and that the Bureau believes the fraud that we've seen so far is just the tip of a very large iceberg. Molly?
Thank you very much, Garrett. Well, this has been an amazing story that has really been covered for a couple of years, but has started exploding more in recent weeks as we saw that some of the funding that had, some of the taxpayer funding that had gone to these groups was actually being funneled to Al-Shabaab in foreign countries, terrorist groups. And also this video that went viral this weekend showing that all of these places that had been getting taxpayer funds that claiming to be daycares didn't have any children inside of them. Griff, I'm wondering, is this your path to financial freedom, starting a daycare center in Minnesota?
Well, gosh, Molly, I'm certainly not going to do that because it's illegal, but boy, wouldn't it be easy. And, you know, it's interesting in Garrett's a report there, he was talking about Governor
It's
Walz
happening
saying
here in
that
Columbus,
he's pushing
too.
back, saying that he's for years tried to
Billy
fight against
French.
fraud. Well,
It's
really,
happening
is
here
that
in
the
Columbus,
case?
too,
Because when you
guys.
trace back how this all started, going back to Ilhan Omar's 2020 Meals Act.
It's happening here in Columbus too. It's
Oh,
really bad. I tried
it's
to show
bad.
YouTube was not right. I'll show you guys some stuff. I'll do an
It's
episode
bad.
when I'm not.
To just get money out the door to school children who might miss lunches and all these other things, you see that it was a industrial scale fraud opportunity. And in this case, you know, the fact that Nick Shirley went out with a camera, I think is brilliant because there has been very little reporting from other networks on this story. And you're starting to see now, obviously, from FBI Director Kash Patel says that it's
Well said,
a tip of
Billy.
an iceberg. Well, where are they? It reminds me, Molly, of when Bill Malugin and I went down to the border years ago, started standing there with thousands coming across, and no other network had any.
Well said, Billy. We can see this a mile away at this point. Conspiracy theorists, throw that out the thing. We're conspiracy experts because they are conspiracies. They're conspiring, but we're experts because they're dumb. They're very bad. It's like they like show their playbook so easy.
Interest in it. Well, now you're starting to see it, and there are convictions. And then originally, the only discussion you saw on other networks were people that were basically blasting it as, you know, racist or targeting. Well, guess what? 71 of 78 people charged in this case are Somali.
Yeah, well, let's look at how New York Times opinion writer Mara Gay characterized the Minnesota fraud scandal when she joined MS Now this morning.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Cannabis.
Mood is third-party tested.
There's also other scandals in other states. For example, the Mississippi welfare scandal. And this is not unique to politics. Americans know that. But of course, the other factor here is that because it looks like the Somali population in Minnesota, the Somali immigrant population may have been at involved in some way, those people are being scapegoated. And that community is being scapegoated in a way that certainly serves the far right.
So, Marie, do you think that this video got 114 million views on social media because people are trying to scapegoat Somalis, or what do you think is causing the interest?
I mean, I have no idea why people watch things online.
Yeah,
This has
bro.
been a real problem in Minnesota for a long time. The first raids by police on daycare centers were in 2015. So that was a decade ago. In 2022, the FBI started getting involved more in conducting raids as well. Tim Waltz has done
All owned by the
something to
left,
try
buddy.
and crack down on some of this fraud. I would also point out the Minnesota Star Tribune has written hundreds of stories about this over the past decade. It's not a network, to your point, but if you want to really dig into some of the history here, this is not a new phenomenon. I have no idea why now this video has gone viral, maybe because he went there and was asking questions and people were slamming doors in his face. But this is something Minnesota lawmakers, including, by the way, Congressman Emmer, I mean, he's sort of
I
like,
think it was over 1.5.
I know those numbers
It
were
was
just made up.
2.3 million, I think.
Fox is just throwing these numbers out because they're in their feelings. I know. All these independent journalists that I have videos of doing stories on it are just in their feelings, right?
it's Minnesota, a district, like
Yeah.
he has no idea what's going on. It hasn't done anything over the past decade to help fix it. So this is a problem. If people have committed crimes, they
That
should
white kid, I got his video. I was gonna put it on, but I'm hoping they're just gonna show it. But yeah, he's just an independent journalist.
be charged. I do hate the language President Trump uses about people from Somalia when he calls them trash or garbage. I don't like that language, separate from the issue of fraud. I just don't think that that's appropriate for a president to use.
I think one of the things that
Are you, bro? They are a
this
joke.
video
They
is so
kind of are
interesting.
a
It's
joke.
48
I'm not
minutes. I
gonna
actually
lie.
watched every
Or you
second of
don't.
it after one of my kids brought it to my attention. And it was riveting to see someone going location to location. Groups, and they were Nick Shirley and his assistant, who's not getting nearly enough credit
Hold
for
on.
this.
Hey,
man,
Chris,
just a
what would
local
you rather
citizen
watch,
who
buddy?
noticed that there were never children
Yeah,
at any
Chris.
of the daycares that
You want to
had
watch CNN?
hosted as daycares. So
What
he
would you
started
rather
digging
watch? Give me a
into
good
how much
source,
funding they were
like-
getting and
All owned by
what
the
was
left.
going on there.
I've got other
and
sources.
you see the
I've already
difference in how
showed
the media covers
Minnesota
stories that they
side.
love
I've
to
showed
cover. If
Seattle
they love to cover a
side.
story, a major network with TV cameras would, of course, be on the ground. When they don't want to cover it, they kind of soft pedal it. They might
Yeah.
mention, okay,
I
there's
got
rampant fraud to the tune of billions of dollars out of Somalia, but they don't
Hey.
advance the story. So
Hey,
what do you
Bubba.
think? Yeah, what do you think about the media coverage now and what could be done?
Well, they're not covering
Really?
it because it's inconvenient for them to do so. Because A, it undermines their
Only a
immigration.
delete. Okay.
But B, I think we're going to find that a lot of this fraud
Oh, there
actually
it is.
benefited Democratic officials. I think you're going to see that in the investigation. There
Thank
has
you.
already been one report that there was a state candidate out in Washington State who received donations from some of these so-called
You
child
know
care
what I'm saying?
funds
You know what?
in
This is-
Minnesota. That's a problem. So I do wonder how much of this money has
I
made
like
its way into
that.
the political
Come down.
coffers. And I think this story is important for one very big reason, which is that the average
Okay,
American
Billy.
works hard,
Don't ever
taxpayers,
say that
the
again.
tax money into the IRS every year has to go through, they have to cross every T, they have to dot every I, or they're going to risk an investigation. And you have the Somali community pilfering billions of dollars, not just from state tax dollars, but from federal tax dollars in order to run these daycare centers and make a profit off of it. And not only that, but your taxpayer dollars has also funded their ability to open the daycare centers in the first place. There's an account on X called Oilfield Rando who's looking into the grants that went to some of these NGOs that give education courses to immigrant communities on how to open these programs.
Don't say the R word.
Tommy, what do you think? Like,
Please.
this is happening in Minnesota, but it must be happening nationwide, right?
Oh, they're cracking the case in Ohio. I mean,
Thanks,
can you
Billy.
imagine what it looks like in California? I can only imagine what it looks like in California. Listen, now to your point, Marie,
is not the time for
talking
tough
and strongly worded letters. Now's the time for heads to roll. Governor Tim Walz, you might have done something. You certainly didn't do enough because guess what? The Quality Learning Center is still standing. So if a month's time the Quality Learning Center is still there or is still being
got
funded,
something
that
for
is a
you.
massive disappointment, not only for Governor Tim Walz, but for Republicans, for the DOJ, for
Yeah,
oversight, for everybody involved. You're exactly right. Republicans have been far too complacent with all of this. And why? Because nobody wants to be called a name. Nobody wants to be called racist. Nobody wants to be called Islamophobic. But when you look at it and it's a certain community that's doing this because maybe in their home country this is more acceptable, you've got to look at who is causing the problem and you've got to get to the bottom of it. And no more endless hearings of nothing for sound bites and fundraising bits for Republicans. Do something about this. The American people are frustrated. We pay taxes every year and we've got to get to the bottom of this and end it once and for all.
Just a massive scandal.
All right.
I knew it. Is it
Say it
commercial?
again,
All right,
dummy.
milligrams
Now
of
you're
marijuana
gone.
for only 87 cents a pop.
Idiot.
From Friday plans, we was having problems.
Thanks, guys. A Fox News alert. A flood of new information is coming out about Minnesota's massive fraud scandal. Each new revelation is fueling more and more demands for answers from Democrat Governor Tim Walz and his administration. The FBI saying it's massing resources to get those answers. This is the Fox and Focus. Hello, everyone. I'm Julie Banderas in for Harris today. So an independent journalist is documenting some damning sites at multiple Somali-run childcare centers in Minneapolis. The videos are shocking.
Billy
They show
thinks he's
misspelled
special.
signs, boarded up windows, locked doors at no children at the centers that reportedly received millions of dollars in state and federal funding. That journalist is now speaking out about his findings. Watch.
I've known about the fraud taking place for a long time. Minnesotans have been telling me for a long time about the Somali fraud that was taking place. And with his help, we were able to crack over $110 million in fraud in one day. And that's just the tip. When people say it's the tip of the iceberg, it really is, because there's billions of fraud inside the state of Minnesota right now. A kindergartner could figure out that there's fraud going on.
Walz's office pushed back against the videos, saying, quote, the governor has worked for years to crack down on fraud and asked the state legislature for more authority to take aggressive action. He has strengthened oversight, including launching investigations into these specific facilities, end quote. House Majority Whip and Minnesota Republican Tom Emmer with this.
If what they're saying is real, and what they're saying is they told Tim Walz about the fraud when it was happening, and he not only ignored them, he retaliated against him. I'm telling you, Molly, if that's accurate and it can be proven, Tim Walz needs to be held accountable. Everybody in his administration needs to be held accountable. It's time that we find answers to these questions and hold everybody accountable.
Congressman Chip Roy is coming up, but first, Garrett Tenney has more on this mess. Hi, Garrett.
Hey, Julie, one of the most surprising things about this new alleged fraud in the child care space in Minneapolis is that it really isn't new at all. There have been reports about this very thing happening since even before Tim Walz took office, and it appears that it has largely been allowed to continue without much interruption. One example of a childcare business that is now under the microscope is Quality Learning Center, or Learning Center, as the sign says. The business is licensed for 99 children, from infants to toddlers, but the business hours are from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. Over the past 3 years, it has been cited for more than 120 violations for all kinds of things, including for not having proper documentation for all of the kids there. The local ABC station that the business has still been able to receive nearly $8 million in federal tax money since 2019. We've also confirmed that the owners took out more than $200,000 in PPP loans during the pandemic that were completely forgiven. Nick Shirley says there were similar red flags at some of the other child care centers that he tried to visit in the Twin Cities.
But it's so obvious. If you're living in Minnesota, you have to raise your eyebrows and think, what's going on? Literally, if you drive around Minnesota, around Minneapolis, you will see daycare centers, autism centers. You will then see transportation companies that have snow piled up as if they haven't moved in months.
After Shirley's videos went viral, FBI Director Kash Patel posted that the Bureau is all over this, saying fraud that steals from taxpayers and robs vulnerable children will remain a top FBI priority in Minnesota and nationwide. The FBI believes this is just the tip of a very large iceberg. We will continue to follow the money and protect children, and this investigation very much remains ongoing. While Governor Tim Walz and other state officials are now claiming that they are taking steps to investigate and to keep this from happening again, remember, these claims of fraud in child care centers are not new. In fact, all the way back in 2018, as Walz was making his first run for governor, sources in the Somali community told our local station, KMSP, that it was an open secret that starting a daycare center and billing the federal government for it was like getting a license to make money. Julie?
Garrett Tenney, thank you. Republican Congressman Chip Roy of Texas, member of the Judiciary Budget and Rules Committees, joins me now. Thank you so much for talking to us. All right, so let's just talk about Walz and his credibility here when he says that he didn't know that any of this was going on when it's such a massive fraud scandal. How could he not know?
Yeah, Julie, great to be with you. I hope you had a Merry Christmas. And, you know, it defies all logic and reason to believe that Governor Waltz was ignorant of what was happening in Minnesota. Let's be clear. He was campaigning on it last year with respect to the campaign with Vice President Harris in her run for the presidency. He literally was talking about it. Thank God that President Trump won that election. Thank God that we do not, because they would be encouraging this to continue. Whereas this president is securing the border, stopping the flow of people into our country. But this is what happens when you have massive welfare programs that are funding people that are coming into our country, whether it's illegally or frankly through legal channels that are being abused by the radical left and the Marxists who want it's tied to world organizations, NGOs, our own taxpayer dollars that are being used against us while we import people to be put on the welfare state, to be put on Medicaid, and to take taxpayer money. It's fraud that has to be stopped, and people need to be removed, deported, denaturalized, and sent back to Somalia.
I just want to know, how are they going to recoup that money? I mean, is that what Walz is now going to concentrate on? Because he says that investigations are ongoing in these centers, but where's the money? And why should taxpayers have to foot the bill? Is it going to end up paying the government back, or is it going to be the responsibility of Congress, of taxpayers?
Well, importantly, I'm really proud that we've at least put some fraud protection in the big, beautiful bill, working with President Trump and what we did with the work requirements and Medicaid, because we knew that there was ripe for abuse. But we've got to go a lot farther at the federal level, and we've got to hold states accountable. Right now, they know what they're doing, and they're trying to take this money. And by the way, this is the tip of the iceberg. Let's go look at what Gavin Newsom in California, what they're doing with the billions of dollars. And we know there is massive Medicaid fraud going on in California. We've got to stop that at the federal level and at the state level. Look, one of the reasons I'm leaving Congress to run for Attorney General, Medicaid fraud is a central element of being Attorney General of a state. Keith Ellison was neck deep in all of this. Keith Ellison is friendly with CARE, friendly with groups that are affiliated with the Muslim Brotherhood. All of this stuff is connected. And if we don't recognize that, then we're not going to win this battle, because it's a purposeful effort to exploit our laws to allow people to come to this country, try to Islamify our country, and use the welfare state to do it.
Critics are also asking why Congress called Ilhan Omar's husband reportedly key official details from his $25 million venture capital firm's website. Now, this move comes amid growing questions about the couple's wealth and possible connection to the welfare fraud. According to her latest financial disclosure in May, the couple's net worth surged 3,500% in just 1 year. It estimates now putting it anywhere from $6 million to $30 million. Their net worth went up 3,500%. How do you explain that? And then talk about the scrubbing on the website. That doesn't look good. What's Walz doing about that? Is he looking into this?
Out of sight isn't out of mind. Once you see standing water, that means your basement is facing.
Well, certainly not. I mean, he's certainly supportive of whatever they're doing, and this is one of the other things that we need to address.
We watched the press conference. I mean, he's all about it. I mean, this is crazy. I haven't really paid attention because I've just been going through a lot. I have, but this is all like you know, the fact that they're able to put all this together, that's why we're watching it like this, because it's kind of like a timeline we're going through. Instead of me having to go find different ones and stuff, I just put them all together.
Is the extent to which members of Congress find themselves getting wealthy while they're in Congress. In this case, it appears by being completely in bed with all of the fraudulent activity that's going on in Minnesota. Of course, we should investigate this. Of course, should we look into what they're scrubbing from their website? I think we've got to explore this as far as we can, including potentially looking into denaturalizing and removing Ilhan Omar if she's violated our laws. And by the way, we should also ban stock trading on members of Congress, since we're talking about the wealth of Congress, and I have a bill to do that, and I hope we will do that next year. Mike Johnson, the Speaker, is working with us to do that. We have got to stop all of this flow of dollars that is corrupting our system, empower the American people to do what they do best, and we've got to pause immigration. I introduced a bill to pause immigration because we've got to stop this massive abuse of our system, using H-1Bs, using diversity visas. President Trump is exactly right to have frozen the diversity visas, to have stopped that, to freeze the flow from countries of concern. Remember that in 1920, when we had a high percentage of people that were foreign born, we froze immigration for 40 years, and our country vanquished, you know, the Nazis in Germany, freed the world. We did great things in those 40 years. Do it again. That's why I introduced legislation to pause immigration. The president's right to do that, and I'm supporting him in that effort.
Okay, meantime, the Trump administration is working to highlight its achievements this year ahead of next year's midterm elections. And commentator Scott Jennings says that one victory is bigger than the rest. What is it? Let's watch.
I think on the immigration piece, it's been his biggest success this year. It's the biggest promise fulfilled. We've had 2.5 million people deported. A significant number of them were self-deported. You know, they used the government's app or just decided to leave the country altogether. I know the left has treated this as some big controversy, but I don't know what's controversial about the president just simply enforcing the laws that are on the books.
And the numbers back.
I don't get that
Department of
either.
Homeland Security says that more than 2.5 million illegal immigrants have left the U.S. since Trump took office. Nearly 2 million of those electing to self-deport. And the White House also says that 0 illegal immigrants have been released into the United States for 7 straight months. The Democrats call that horrible. What say you?
Well, I do think this is the greatest achievement of the presidency. They've brought the border to 0. We feel it in Texas. We're a much safer and stronger country as a result. The president is right. Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, all the great work of ICE and Border Patrol. They're standing behind them. ICE is removing people that need to be removed. But let's add to that this next year. Let's stop the abuse of our legal immigration system. Let's permanently make reforms so that you can't have H-1Bs and diversity visas that are messing up our country by importing people who are using our welfare system, which you opened this segment with. The president should be congratulated, his entire team, for what they're doing. Congress needs to codify what the president has been doing, so you can't have a future Biden and Mayorkas that destroys the system. Let's pause immigration. Let's reform the system. Let's make permanent changes to back up what the president's done. And by the way, one underreported piece, the SUE Act, which we included in the Lake and Riley Act last January, which was a bill that I authored with Dan Bishop, that was included, which allows states to sue the federal government if they fail to secure the border in the future, so that we can stop a future Biden-Mayorkas administration from doing that. We're doing a lot of great things, but Congress needs to back the president up in 2026.
Congressman Chip Roy, thank you, and have a happy new year.
Happy New Year, Julie. God bless.
Well, there's fresh outrage over allegations of widespread fraud of taxpayer dollars in the state of Minnesota. A viral video appears to expose that alleged fraud at several Somali-operated childcare centers in Minneapolis. And the independent journalist,
This is what I've been wanting to see,
which now has over 100 million views, tells Fox News the scam is extensive.
I've known about the fraud taking place for a long time. Minnesotans have been telling me for a long time about the Somali fraud
all the
that's taking
chemtrails.
place. And that's just the tip. When people say it's the tip of the iceberg, it really is, because there's billions of fraud inside the state of Minnesota right now.
And Garrett Tenney is covering this story from our Midwest
This is
Bureau.
what I'm talking about. This one.
Good morning. This is just the latest example of the kind of widespread fraud that
Over and over.
taking place in Minnesota
They go
for
over.
years. And elected officials from towns around the state all the way to Capitol Hill are demanding investigations now into child care centers like this one. Quality Learning Center in Minneapolis. You can see this child care center that has received millions of dollars in federal tax money over the past 6 years.
People that are-
Can't even
they're not
spell
immigrants,
learning right
actual-
on its sign. And since May 22, this business has been
It
investigated.
says Leering Center, dude. Look, it doesn't even say learning. Come on.
The business is licensed for 99 kids, but when independent reporter Nick Shirley went inside this month, the place appeared completely empty.
There's no one here right now. It's midday on a weekday. If you were to try to go inside, it's completely closed. There's no windows, no nothing. And like I said, they literally spelt the word wrong on their sign. This is open and blatant fraud taking place here inside of Minnesota.
Shirley went to multiple child care centers and said
They brought him
similar
from
setups where
Somalia
businesses that have received piles of taxpayer dollars were either closed or he couldn't see any children present. In response to that video that's now gone viral, Vice President J.D. Vance posted on X, "What's happening in Minnesota is a microcosm of the immigration fraud in our system. Politicians like it because they get power. Welfare cheats like it because they get rich.
I blame Tim Waltz.
And they are stealing both money and political power from Minnesotans." Senator Ron Johnson says this is now going to be a primary focus for congressional investigators.
These agency heads who
No,
funnel
Bill.
the
Good
federal money
one.
to the state agencies, they have to demand that the state agencies are transparent. And unfortunately, particularly in Democrat-controlled states, they're not. They're refusing to turn over those records. I've got subpoena power. I will use that subpoena power to obtain these records because we have to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is under fire for all of this happening under his watch, but he says he's now taking steps to investigate this fraud further. He claims it's something they've already been looking into and that they are now setting up guardrails to keep it from happening again.
Oh my God,
And Nick
dude.
Shirley's video had 110 million views as of this morning. Viral is an understatement there. Safe to say plenty of public interest in this. Garrett Tenney live in Chicago for us this morning. Garrett, thank you. Molly?
Thank you, Bill. Minnesota Republican Congressman Tom Emmer is the House Majority Whip and here to comment on all of this. An incredible story here breaking. As Bill noted, this has gone viral. Nick Shirley's reporting. He got out there and he did, the old-fashioned legwork. He walked the walk, he asked questions, and he revealed some fascinating stuff. And as many people have said, potentially the tip.
Did I hear that
What are your
right?
thoughts on his
Did I
reporting and what's
fucking
been
hear
exposed
that
here?
right? Hold on. Did they say Waltz was gonna investigate it? Like I'll investigate it full and make sure this never happens again or whatever. Did I just hear that correctly?
Bro.
Huh? Is that what I just heard? I was taking a leak out freaking, and I hear that. Like, okay, that's like 9/11. Hey, the people that did 9/11, you're in charge of finding out what happened. Hey, the Epstein case, we're going to go ahead and put the people that are involved, Democrats and whoever, politicians and Hollywood people, we'll put them in charge of releasing the files for you to get the truth. Do you guys see this shit? The people that actually took it, JFK, they're going to be in charge. The JFK Commission, whatever the fuck they called it, is people that were in fucking actually did it. They're investigating their own crimes. Do you not see this? What's going on? It's just like always. They're like, how you gonna investigate yourself? Ryan, if you were to do something wrong and then the government's like, well, we're gonna make you the special investigator for your to see if you did it. Like, what?
Well, great to be with you. Look, this journalist, Nick Shirley, goes out there and finds more evidence of fraud in one day. Tim Walz and our Attorney General, Keith Ellison, have found in 7 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Why did he find it? Because he looked for it, Molly. While Tim Walz and Keith Ellison have been looking the other way, billions of dollars have been stolen from Minnesota taxpayers. You've got the child care centers that he showed you. There's 80 autism centers that are under investigation. There was a housing stabilization program that was created in 2020. They estimated it was going to run about $2 million a year. Molly, they shut it down in October because it was rife with fraud, and they'd already sucked out over $160 million. The U.S. Attorney's Office here in Minnesota
Tim
estimates
Bondi
this
is
fraud could
on
actually
it, but
reach
yeah, I agree.
$9 billion before the investigation is all over. And we've got two major issues going on in addition to just the fraud. One, millions of dollars of this fraud has been shipped back to Somalia to a known terrorist group, Al-Shabaab. And two, we've got all kinds of whistleblowers now that are coming forward. And if what they're saying is real and can be documented, what they're saying is they told Tim Walz about the fraud when it was happening. And he not only ignored them, he retaliated against him. I'm telling you, Molly, if that's accurate and it can be proven, Tim Walz needs to be held accountable. Everybody in his administration needs to be held accountable. This guy now is scrambling to make it look like he's doing something. 2 weeks ago, he created a position with a guy to investigate fraud. 7 years too late, Timmy. It's time that we finally answer all these questions.
Tim.
Held
Tampon Timmy.
ripped off Minnesota taxpayers
All right,
and
hold me
frankly
back.
Supported terrorists.
I can't.
A lot of interesting points there. The House Oversight Committee as well looking into this and asking a lot of questions about what's going on in Minnesota. I want to get a little look ahead, so at 2026, some of the difficult challenges that Congress is facing, particularly when it comes to the Affordable Care Act, Obamacare, and the expiring subsidies. I want to get your take on this. This is Representative Swalwell, Congressman on the Democratic side, of course, and get your reaction. Take a listen.
The majority of the House Representatives wants to put these subsidies in place so that Americans can pay less for healthcare. So it's now on the speaker, when we reconvene
No caps, please.
in just a couple days, whether he will put this up for a vote.
Yeah, no, there are millions of people that supposedly depend on these.
Is that loud enough for you, Darlene, though?
And what Republicans will be doing.
These comments are indicative. They're what the Democrats are trying to do. These are enhanced premium tax credits. Let's make it clear to your viewers that these are paid directly to health insurance companies, not to the people that need the health insurance, which is the other thing that's important here. These enhanced premium tax credits were created by Democrats during the pandemic under unusual circumstances to expire on December 31st of this year. They only impact 21 million people in this country, while 300 million people are seeing their health insurance premium run out of control to the extent that they can't afford it. These guys are talking about 21 million people.
You're kidding.
Eric Swalwell and Democrats do not want to fix this problem. They want it as a political issue. I applaud Donald Trump, who is going after the problem. He is going after drug prices, and now he's calling health executives in front of him to talk about why it is over the last 15 years when Democrats and their co-conspirators, the health insurance industry, created the Unaffordable Care Act. Why is it over the last 15 years that health insurers have been making billions of dollars while Americans have less and less access to the great health care that this country has to offer? That's the real problem, and Donald Trump and Republicans are addressing it.
Yeah, and we shall see how those reforms go. It's going to be a fascinating 2026. Sir, Happy New Year. Thank you for joining us. We greatly appreciate it.
I haven't been to the grocery store in months because this delivery service offers hundreds of high-quality, non-GM.
All you have to do is go watch my old shows from like 2 years ago. You can fucking get your Epstein files way better than you're going to get anything released today.
Same, Molly.
You're behind. You're behind.
Nobody cares about the Epstein files. If they're robbing billions of dollars from our country, what is you going to prove? You've already has proven anything in the Epstein files. You're not going to get the truth. Why are you still you guys are obsessed? It's weird.
Catch up.
It's weird. It's been around since 2009, since I remember. 2009. 16 years. 16 years. This is happening right now. And you're fucking asking about stuff that we'll never know the truth. Again. You're asking, what do you think? Really? They've already got so much that was released slowly over 15 years. Come on, dude. They have not given us nothing, and they're not going to. Stop talking about it.
The shit I read on here.
And deflecting blame over the growing fraud scandal in his.
The fact is that this dude's a scumbag. He ran for fucking vice president, and he's ruining a fucking state and ripping off our country. Go, you don't.
State of
Come on,
Minnesota.
bro.
This is the FBI revealing they're on the case. Director Kash Patel confirming, quote, the FBI dismantled a $250 million fraud scheme that stole federal food aid meant for vulnerable children during COVID. That investigation exposed sham vendors, shell companies, and large-scale money laundering. The case led to 78 indictments and 57 convictions. The FBI believes this is just the tip of a very large iceberg, end quote. A Minnesota native and Alpha News journalist Liz Collin has been covering this scandal from day one. She joins us now. Good morning to you. All right, is this really blowing up and ballooning in your state the way that it is nationally? Because right now, all eyes on Minnesota.
Yeah, good morning, Guy. After this viral YouTube video, I think it's frustrating for many of us to admit here, but this has been going on for a year out in the open. If you saw that video in Minnesota, we have stories dating back nearly a
No
decade
caps,
now.
please. Sorry.
Carry millions of dollars in cash and carry-on luggage flying out of our airport by Somali men.
Okay.
The question, though, now I think with the glare of the national spotlight, will it actually stop? I wanted to highlight just a recent story we did after some investigation over at Alpha News. I think it highlights how deep this goes, but we looked into the Minneapolis Public School District and asked why it hired all of these transportation companies after we received reports of vans sitting in parking lots or having no riders in them at all when people would see them out on the road, literally no passengers ever. And we found one particular company paid millions of dollars by the school district. And here's the kicker. A new state law took effect in 2020. School districts 100% reimbursement for transportation costs for homeless and highly mobile students. So what do we see? We see that number of homeless students skyrocket in the Minneapolis school district by 40% the next year. But that's often what we're seeing is you uncover this legislation that seems to be tied in so many cases to this fraud, Guy.
You know, it seems like you just pull on one string and it leads to some giant waste or stealing of taxpayer dollars. And it's all across the state through all these programs. Now, the House Majority Whip nationally for the Republican Party is Tom Emmer of Minnesota. Here's what he just had to say.
They've got a whole bunch of pending people that could be indicted. And what does Tim Walz do? He puts a post out on his Twitter that says, Happy Catter Day. With a picture of a cat. Whistleblowers are coming forward, and if they are real, Mike, and if what they're saying can be documented, and what they're saying is they told Tim Walz, they told Keith Ellison about the fraud when it was happening, and they not only didn't do anything, they retaliated against them. Mike, if that's true, if that can be documented, these guys need to be prosecuted.
Yeah, so that's a very explosive element to this whole story. And it's kind of fascinating to see how Governor Walz is responding to all of it. He sort of says over here, oh, we're taking it very seriously. We're all over it, which they clearly haven't been for years. But don't worry, we got this. Also, it's not as bad as you think. Also, the Republicans are only doing this for political reasons. Also, this might be racist. It's kind of all over the place, isn't it?
Absolutely. There is just mounting frustration, I can tell you, just among taxpayers in Minnesota as they're seeing more and more of this. We actually went out recently to check out a new round of sites, autism centers, adult daycares, programs rife with fraud. And to be honest, so much of this just seems fake. They have fake Google reviews, fake stock photos on their websites. In many cases, we found phone numbers don't work on their websites. And you're right, how Governor Walz is acting seems pretty telling as well. He seems to be making some maneuvers now as he runs for re-election for a third term in Minnesota. But I can tell you there is a petition that's been going around for just the last couple of weeks. Tens of thousands of people have now signed it, demanding that he resign in the wake of this fraud. So clearly a story where there is more to come. And again, mounting frustration, I think, among the taxpayers here in Minnesota.
Yeah, I can imagine, because people work hard for their money. It's being stolen hand over fist by these criminals. And the party in charge of your state has at least turned a blind eye, if not worse, to all of it. And we are just seeing the tip of the iceberg per the FBI. Liz Collin, thanks so much for your time today.
Thank you, Guy.
733 on the east.
Well, there's another thorny issue as well back here at home in the United States. We've been telling you about this Minnesota fraud scheme. They took all this COVID money and just went. There was no real investigation. They went after the whistleblower. It was billions and billions of dollars. Many in the Somali community and political leaders didn't want to criticize what was going on because they didn't want to affect their community. Well, Keesee Patel is taking it a step further, saying that they have found that there's another $250 million that are a part of the fraud scheme. And he says that it's the tip of the iceberg. This is what he said in the full statement. Even before the public conversation escalated online, the FBI and security personnel investigated resources in Minnesota to dismantle the large-scale fraud schemes exploiting federal program fraud that steals from taxpayers and robs vulnerable children will remain a top priority for the FBI in Minnesota and nationwide. To the date, the FBI believes that this is just the tip of the very large iceberg. Reaction to that?
Well, I'm still hung up on the fact that you had the U.S. Assistant Attorney John Thompson talk about these two individuals who had heard that Minnesota's Housing Stabilization Services Program was such easy money that they traveled to Minnesota, enrolled their companies in the program, returned to Philly, and then submitted the fraudulent claims from Philadelphia. So it was so easy that it encouraged this fraud tourism. He said that there are possibly 14 high-risk Medicaid programs that are being audited, and up to half of that amount of money, so $9 billion we're talking about here, could potentially have been fraudulent. So, you know, so Keesee Patel and all these guys, they've got a lot of work cut out for them because, I think this is going to be huge.
Oh, it already is. It's going to get bigger, I think that's clear. And the point that you just made, Lisa, I think is such a key one because it was so bad in Minnesota, that it became this tourist attraction, basically. Hey, if you want to come steal from taxpayers, come to Minnesota because it's very easy to do it there. And the question is, will taxpayers in that state look at all this and say, this is unacceptable? Because it's not just waste, fraud, and abuse. It's all of that. It is robbing people. People work very hard for their money. They give it to the government in a place like Minnesota because they say, oh, we're nice and we're empathetic and we want to help people. If that money is being stolen to the tune of billions, that is money that people have worked so hard for, given to the government, confiscated by the government, and for what? To enrich a bunch of thieves, many of whom are not from the United States in the first place. It's outrageous.
That's the main point. Governor Tim Walz, who's been under the microscope because of this, he released this statement. He said, the governor has worked for years to crack down on fraud. He has strengthened oversight, including launching investigations into the specific facilities, one of which was already closed. He has hired an outside firm to audit payments, shut down the Housing Stabilization Services Program, announced a new statewide program, integrity director, and supported criminal prosecution. But he went after the whistleblowers.
I know.
That's the problem. The people that were screaming about this, they went after, and this guy was almost the vice president of the United States. The media was tipped off about this story. There was no coverage of this during the presidential race.
I know, he's such a liar. Also, I mean, his state basically turned into like the Disney
Why didn't
World
you
of
cover
fraud.
it, homie?
To your point of like attracting this tourism as well. I also had interviewed former prosecutor Joe Tarab, who worked on the future
Steven thinks Fox is the problem.
It was so easy to do. He could have done it on his computer in 5 minutes if he had absolutely no conscience. That's how easy this was.
The next one, and then the next one.
Yeah, he must be new.
Because they will not be caught. They will test you, bro.
To do. And I'll just remind everyone, remember during the big, beautiful bill?
Hey, this is not just in Minneapolis. We're
Absolutely
going to head
refusing
to,
any sort of changes to
we're going to
Medicaid.
head to Seattle after
And
this.
Republicans,
And then we head to Maine after that.
Republicans were trying to make sure that Medicaid and welfare plans of people who need it. Not like what's happening in Minnesota, people who need it. And they also try to cut down on illegal aliens being able to obtain some of these welfare programs. And what did Democrats do?
Fox's fault.
They lost their
Like
minds.
it's Trump's fault.
Well, they call it cut. No, it's just reform to try to make sure like this type of thing doesn't happen on a vast scale. And unfortunately, it is happening. It's not just Minnesota, believe me. It's a lot of places. And now you've got, young citizen journalists going door to door in Minnesota to these so-called child care centers saying, hello, are there any children here at all? Can we see one child? And the answer over and over again,
It just doesn't matter. Blame Trump.
Surely.
And he did yeoman's work here, asking very basic questions.
How you doing,
And my
man?
question in response to this exit, it's a long expose. If there are any children, they are nowhere to be seen. And if this guy can do this kind of work, where are the state investigators? Where is the local media in Minneapolis or in the state of Minnesota? And it's such a bad look. And for the governor to say, oh, well, we're very strongly looking into this, and I'm going to have an outside auditor. We already know that billions have been stolen, and all he can do is downplay, 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 and occasionally race bait as well. It's all he's got.
Let's bring in Ari Fleischer, Fox News contributor and former White House press secretary. Ari, there's just so much to chew on there. And I want to take us first back to Florida because you have this Democrat representative.
So now we got Florida too. Here we go.
Sheriffless McCormick, who's under investigation for fraud. And on her Christmas card, in the one photo, you see it right there on her hand, she's got a ring. But then people online pointed out that in the next image, it's airbrushed out, or at least that's the claim. I mean, at this point, this could have been a family heirloom, but if you're airbrushing out a diamond ring while you're facing fraud allegations, I mean,
Dude, it doesn't matter who reports that. Fox, anybody, you name anything, anybody. It's still.
It's all owned by the left.
Is worth
all the same.
$109,000.
All the same.
Who owns
Morons.
a $1,000 ring, and especially a member of Congress? So, you know, I guess she's hoping she can airbrush it out and trick a jury or trick a judge, but her future lies in a courtroom. And she's accused of embezzling more than $5 million as a sitting congresswoman from COVID funds. This is the type of corruption the American people just makes them sick of everybody in Washington.
well, corruption doesn't seem to be top of mind in Minnesota, where you have the Lieutenant Governor, Peggy Flanagan, running for Senate, deciding to wear a hijab performatively, it appears, to sort of speak in solidarity to the Somalian community. That's a choice, certainly a choice when you're staring down potentially $9 billion in taxpayer funds that were stolen from the hardworking people in your community. Is the belief that people care more about showing up in ideological ways than, I guess, making sure your tax dollars are spent on actual learning centers?
I think you could put an even more finer point on it. The question for Democrats in Minnesota is what's more important, winning the votes of a key Somali constituency, protecting $9 billion that belongs to all taxpayers. And it appears that for Governor Waltz, for the Attorney General, Keith Ellison, for the Lieutenant Governor, their choice is to stand with the Somali community. Now, not everybody in the Somali community committed a crime. Not everybody is guilty of fraud. But you would think that their heart, their energy, the aggressiveness with which they react to this would be on the side of the taxpayers to fight fraud. And by the way, it's not going to be just in Minnesota where we find this. These types of scandals exist everywhere where the government gives out free money. Free money, subsidized Obamacare. You take a look at everywhere where the federal government puts its hand into the cookie jar to give money from one group to another, and that cookie jar is full of fraud. It's inevitable. And so it's not just Minnesota's Somali community. You're going to find this throughout America on almost every welfare program you can think of. It's just particularly bad in Minnesota, and Minnesota politicians are particularly dependent on the Somali community to get elected.
It's really stunning because you see that 42-minute long piece by Nick Shirley sort of unearthing the tip of the iceberg. And it's unfathomable to think that this was going on and it didn't trip a single alarm anywhere. And, $9 billion, it makes you wonder at some level, were people aware of this and letting it happen?
Mm-hmm. You have to think that was a part of it. You have to think that the governor knew, the attorney general knew, but because it was the key political community that supports them, the Somali community, they had to look the other way. And that's where corruption comes in. This is really where you need to take a look at the governor and the attorney general. If there's any evidence that they knew, looked the other way, swept it under the rug, I hope there's a mechanism in Minnesota to remove them from office. Now, of course, Waltz is running for re-election. That will probably be the mechanism that he'll face. But what brilliant journalism. Just to go to the places that were mentioned with a camera and say, show me the children.
Right.
You know,
right.
it reminds me of a reporter from NBC News 30 years ago who did something
You
during
sent
a
me
hurricane where people were looting, and he put the camera on them and said, "Why are you looting?" And
Please,
blaming
no
the
cap.
individuals who committed crime in society. That's what you have to do.
All right, we're almost out of time, but can you just put a bow on this for us? You know, taken together, all of these responses to these situations that Democrats have been making, we've been discussing here. What does this mean for the midterms and maybe for 2028? Because just a few short months ago, the Democrats as a party were sort of soul searching after getting crushed in the 2024 election, looking to be, about more than hating Trump and something that actually people can relate to. It seems like they have moved off that message pretty fast.
I think it's vital for Republicans to be the party that is seen as protecting taxpayers. They'll fight for the taxpayers. That's why this issue about extending the Obamacare subsidies is so pernicious, because it too is a rip off
Master. Look at this guy. Look at this.
already is. It's a reminder to Republicans to stand up for the taxpayer
David
and not fall for the mainstream
Crook.
media's lines and rhetoric about how everybody needs this vital spending. It's not the way the real world works.
You sound smart.
We will continue to watch that. Ari Fleischer, always great talking to you. Thank you.
All right, now we're going to go ahead and head to Seattle. This is just your local news. And let's see what's going on.
This is our master. You read this?
Hold on. Where's that? Hold on. Federal fraud. Yeah, this one. Okay. Let's go to Seattle and see what's going on there. This is ABC. This is definitely not Fox. And this is
Federal
local.
government has ramped up operations in Minnesota following new
Republicans
allegations
through
of fraud.
traitor trash. Yeah. Okay.
New video of agents reportedly going door to door at
All
suspected
right.
fraud sites.
Don't put
The
that word,
escalation follows
please.
a now viral
You
video
can
that
just,
shows what appear to be empty
just
daycare centers,
even those letters.
mostly run by the Somali
You're not going to make it
community
through
that
here.
receive millions of taxpayer dollars. FBI Director Kash Patel promised a surge of resources to investigate, and lawmakers in the House are
This is what
expanding
I
their
thought it
own
was.
investigation.
Well, it's amazing to me that a 23-year-old journalist, a YouTuber, who's now got over 80 million views on this thing, found more in a matter of hours than Tim Walz and Keith Ellison, our Attorney General, had found in 7 years.
The latest allegations add to a growing list of fraud investigations in Minnesota. So far, 92 people have been charged, including 82 Somali Americans. We learned today that the local Somali community says it's dealing with backlash from that investigation.
So much so, they met with state and local leaders in Seattle today, including Governor Bob Ferguson, to discuss their concerns. The latest fraud allegations have gone viral on social media and are raising questions about fraud monitoring at daycares. Couples Michelle Esteban is tracking that part of the story live tonight with the very latest for us. Michelle?
Well, hi there, guys. I can tell you Governor Ferguson just a few minutes ago posted about this meeting, offering support for the Somali community. I can tell you state, county, city leaders all here in Seattle today meeting with members of the community who say they feel that they're targeted because of the rhetoric and because of what's happening in Minnesota. You're going to hear from them. And we're also asking, how do these daycares monitor? How does the state monitor them for potential fraud?
As a Somali, as a small business provider, we're really scared. People are afraid.
She insists that's across the board, from Somali-run restaurants and retailers to Somali-run daycares in our state.
This is not fair.
Washington is home to one of the country's larger Somali American populations. We found 283 child care centers in our state that list Somali language. We asked the FBI if it's investigating similar fraud allegations at daycares in our state. Due to policy, they told me they can't confirm or deny any specific investigation.
Oh, you gotta understand, this is Seattle's news. This is going on in Seattle too.
The State Department of Children, Youth, and Families, who licenses child care centers, didn't comment either. We want to know exactly how they monitor for potential fraud at daycares.
There's been a lot of chatter on social media, even from lawmakers, who are questioning Somali businesses, in particular daycares. Do you know anything about daycares in our state that are questionable, that are under investigation?
Not sure yet, but one
Yeah.
People have a scare.
But Nafisa Sam Ator, who is
I hear
executive
you,
director of
Johnny.
SEBA, the Somali Independent Business Alliance, with more than 1,000 Somali American members, insists because of alleged fraud in Minnesota, they're feeling the backlash on social media, seeing less business in their stores, and insists some retailers just too afraid to open their doors.
Those are like isolated incidents, right? And that's across the board in any community, right? When those things happen in terms of fraud, but it's being just elevated just because of the rhetoric from the president and this administration.
During a recent cabinet meeting, Trump referred to Somali immigrants as garbage.
Do you have concerns about Somali-run daycares? Why or why not?
I don't have any concerns because people are following the law.
He's unaware of any local issues, but expects anyone accused of wrongdoing to be held accountable.
We want to raise the awareness that the Somali communities are part of the fabric of Washington, that they contribute to the economy and the livelihood, the everyday livelihood of this great state.
Now, we just heard back a short time ago from the state. They write this: licensed early learning providers follow quality standards. The Washington Administrative Code, those are referred to as WACs, set by the state to ensure children in licensed care are in safe, healthy, and nurturing environments. DCYF conducts regular inspections to ensure that licensed child care programs meet safety and health standards. Back out here live, I also want to point, we are not aware of any allegations at this point in our state regarding daycares. We'll continue
You're not
to follow
aware,
the
but
story.
you're
That's a
not
very late.
denying it. Okay, we got you. All right, now we're going to go ahead and head to Maine real fast. We're going to see what's going on with the Somali community there. First off,
Oh my God.
First off,
Thank you. Get on.
here's one.
Question here is Gateway Community
their local
Services.
news.
8 Investigates has just received documentation that between 2015 and 2018, the state overpaid the nonprofit more than $662,000. According to new information I just got about 90 minutes ago, there was another audit done by the State Department of Health and Human Services last year, which is still in the appeal process. DHHS says both audits were done as a result of complaints, and they have tens of thousands of billing claims across multiple service categories. Documents show Maine Care overpayments to Gateway for things like interpreter services and behavioral health services. Gateway received 2 formal notices of violation from the state, and the recoupment process is still ongoing. State Auditor Matt Dunlap told me earlier this week that Gateway Community Service will be included in this year's state audit through his department. That report will be released in March. Gateway Community Services CEO Ali was not available when I called earlier this week or when our team stopped by today. Gateway works with Somalian immigrants in both Portland and Lewiston. 2 state lawmakers have had close ties to the group. Representative
This is Portland, Maine. This is
Decca Delac was the assistant executive director. Representative Yusuf said in his legislative profile that he worked closely with the organization, but that reference was removed from the profile this week.
Oh, they scrubbed theirs too. So now Florida scrubbed theirs. Minnesota scrubbed theirs. Now we've got Maine also, but this is 2 weeks ago.
Neither responded to my request for comment.
I've had this on Arsenal the whole time. I've been waiting, but...
In September, U.S. House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer sent a letter to Governor Mills and DHHS Commissioner requesting documents, including the names of all the state and local programs that provide health coverage and other services for undocumented immigrants as part of an ongoing investigation into, quote, waste, fraud, and abuse. No specific organizations were named in that request. The Governor and Attorney General's office have either declined to speak on the matter or not returned emails. We're still working through these new documents tonight. In the studio for 8 Investigates, I'm Jackie Mundry.
Okay, now we're going to skip off the Somalis for a minute and we'll get back to them. I just showed you guys multiple states, and it's happening in Ohio too, in my state, and where I live in Columbus. They also in Maine, they have elected their mayor is Somalian. So,
Foremost,
what's going on here?
The Cocoa Tigers. They won the championship after finishing the season for the Atlantic Coast Youth Athletics Association. And they beat the Thoroughbreds 26-6. I mean, they didn't just beat them, they ran over them. And the Thoroughbreds were from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So, Cocoa Tigers, you did it the right way. That's teamwork with great young men doing the right thing. Now I want to introduce you to 8 of the Thoroughbreds. And here they are. You look at the Thoroughbreds and you find out, what were they doing? What were they doing on Saturday morning? Well, let me tell you what they were doing. They Ubered from where they were staying. They had come from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, down to the Dick's Sporting Good in Posner Park. Not only did they Uber down there to shop, they had no intentions of paying for their product. So they came into the store in 2 groups, and they began to systematically steal product. And that's exactly what they did. What they did. They stole, and they stole, and they stole, and they stole, and they stole. Yeah. How do you like that? This is everything that they stole. And guess what? As we've said before, you can't go any place, anytime that you're not on a camera. So Dick's Sporting Goods knows that they're stealing because they're watching this systematic, organized theft ring called a football team. 47 items. Not only did they steal 47 items, but ostensibly they may have cost their team the championship and the football game because
or not, I can tell you that we were helpful.
Is it loading right now, Ryan?
No.
Possible for them. You would think he would be interested in holding them accountable and responsible. Instead, he goes to the deputies and begs them not to take these young men into custody. Oh, don't arrest them. Drop the charges. Let them go. And then when we said no, then they go to Dick's Sporting Goods to the manager and said, oh, don't charge them. Don't charge them. They were not taking bubble gum, one piece to chew. They stole over $2,000 worth of products, over 47 different products they stole. And then when it was evident that they were going to be arrested, then the coach says, don't you guys have anything better to do? What are all these deputies doing here? Don't you have anything better to do than arrest these kids? Listen, I don't know how you do things in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, but in Polk County, Florida, we'd lock you up for stealing, for being a thief. So this is part of a football team. This is also the thoroughbred thieves, and it's their choice. It's their choice to go to jail because they Ubered down and were actively ripping off Dick's Sporting Goods. 47 items, I believe they were caught with. So at the end of the day, the message is clear, not just in this Christmas season, but anytime. All of these stores have cameras, and we have relationships with all of these stores. If you come here to Polk County and steal, there's no notices to appear. There's no warnings.
you're in handcuffs and taken to the county jail or taken to juvenile lockup, period. You don't want to go to jail? You don't want to go to juvenile lockup? Don't steal. We didn't choose to arrest you. You chose to be arrested. And that's the way it is. And for the coach, you're way off base here, buddy. Way off base. You're the ultimate loser. If you'd been coaching these kids upright, if you knew where they were, if you didn't allow them to Uber away, they would have played in a ball game Saturday night. So you have a compare and contrast here. Let me tell you, this is the heroes. This is the coach and the team that did it right. And I'm so proud of them. And I'm proud of their 15-0 season. That's a great group of young men there. And this was their opponent Saturday night, absent these 8 guys. Because, you know, it's hard to be on the football field when you're locked up. Is there any questions?
Sharon, is this type of organized crime, is this something you see a lot this time of year?
Do you know we see theft go up around the Christmas times for obvious reasons? There's a lot of people that need product for gifts in small order. I am hugely frustrated with this. The coaching, the supervision wasn't there, or these kids wouldn't have been running wild. These kids knew better. Maybe you steal stuff in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and get away with it. Hey, here's a note to people in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. If you hold kids accountable and responsible, and they know if they go in a store and steal, they're going to be held accountable, they don't do it. You didn't see 8 kids from Polk County in a store this weekend stealing, did you? And there's 850,000 people in this county. Well, and then you have a coach comes down there and tries to beg them out of it instead of holding them accountable. It's frustrating. But our crime in Polk County is a 53-year low. Ask and see if crime in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, is at a 53-year low.
They were taken to the juvenile center. What's next? Have they
Juvenile Assessment Center.
Have they had their first appearances?
What happens is they will be referred for criminal charges to the state attorney's office and the juvenile system. And at that point in time, they'll have to come back. So they're all going to have another trip to Polk County because they're going to be held accountable here for their criminal conduct. It's a felony. They were charged with felony retail theft and also conspiracy to commit felony retail theft. And it's ironic that they would try that in Polk County to start with. The next thing that is interesting is we have one of the few organized retail crime teams in the state of Florida in Polk County. So there's your sign.
Were any of them apologetic or?
No, none of them confessed. None of them talked, you know, and they were ultimately charged and will be charged as we talk about here. But here's what's interesting about it. They let the team down. What about the rest of the kids on the team that came from Philadelphia to compete for a national championship? These guys let the rest of the team down.
See, this is doing good for those kids in the long run.
It's a shame for the rest of the thoroughbreds, but it goes to show you can do the right thing and win championships. They did the right thing. You can do the wrong thing and end up in jail and let your football team down. So they'll never know whether or not they could have bested this really great team from Cocoa. But I tell you this, if you steal in Polk County, you go to jail.
Yeah.
And I don't want to hear you whine and you're complaining and you're belly aching and all of that nonsense. If you don't steal, we're your new best friends. If you steal, we're your worst enemy. Merry Christmas.
That was amazing. I'm sorry, but I was going to show this story about this dude who, this super church But I'm gonna do one more Grady because I need something a little more light. He's too funny for me, man. I need a little more funny. I'm having a rough one, and then we'll get into it.
Been with me today as we update you on a horrific event that happened on November the 9th. First off, I want to introduce you to Suzette Pins. One of them's named Hunter. By the way, we're only using their names because they gave us permission. That's the only way we can use their names because of the new Mars law. But Suzette is the librarian for the city of Polk City. For those of you who aren't from this area, Polk City is a community of about 1,500 people. It's quaint, it's quiet, it's almost crime-free. It's a wonderful community. And Suzette Penton helped make it a wonderful community with the work she did with the children at the library. She always went above and beyond. You can see here, and if you go on the Facebook pages, her different faces as she would dress up and paint up as she had programs for the young children in and around Polk City. She was known and loved by the people of Polk City. She was also known as a protective mother. And here's what happened on November 9th. She left
No, they're not
her
going to
young
get
son to run to the store
No
for
way.
a few minutes. Little did she realize at that moment in time that directly across the street in a park, there were 4 people in a van. They were there waiting to go beat up Hunter. Now you say, why did all that occur? Well, here's what the rendition is as we understand at this point in the investigation. Kimberly Stone, who was 15 on that day. By the way, she turned 16 while locked up in juvenile detention. That was our birthday present to her. She got to serve it locked up. Was the ex-girlfriend to Hunter Penton. They had dated for about 6 months. Her new boyfriend is Stencil, 18 years of age. Well, Kimberly and had been communicating back and forth online with Hunter and with other people, and also having, I would call it a post-dating disagreement, ongoing disagreement, where they were yeah-yaing and threatening and talked and trashed each other. It was so bad that the school system had warned Kimberly, and in fact, on that very day, the 9th, had brought her in and suspended her from school, which was to start the next day, for her outrageous conduct. So she, and some of her rants and arguing back and forth in person and on social media, just said, well, I'll get my boyfriend and we'll come beat you up. So after school, that very day that she was suspended, and it was to start like the next day, she gets with her best friend, Hannah Eubank, and another friend by the name of Raven Sutton. Hannah's 14 and Raven's 16. And then they get with Elijah, and Elijah drives a van up to Hunter Penton's house, Suzette's son. Understand that Elijah didn't even know where Hunter lived. Kimberly had to direct them to the Polk City house. Now, it might interest you to know that the van that he was driving, that he had permission to use and apparently used frequently, belonged to the Westwood Missionary Baptist Church, where his father was not the lead pastor, but was one of the pastors at the church. So they all pile in the church van from Westwood Missionary Baptist, and they go, and they're actually parked across the street and watch Suzette leave to go to the store. We have a video clip for you to see that really tells the rest of the story. They go up to the front door, being Elijah, Raven, and Hannah. The instigator of all this stays in the van. Kimberly stays inside the van. They knock on the front door. Well, at the Penton house, their main ingress and egress is the side door. So Hunter comes out the side door to see what's happening. Hunter has no idea that they're coming up there to fight him. When he comes out the side door, Elijah immediately confronts him in the carport and starts beating him up. A fight ensues. We see that Hunter tried to, or either was forced into, back into the house as a result of the fight. Elijah is fighting with Hunter. Raven gets a couple of shots in during the fight, the best we can tell with the pieces of video we have. And Hannah is taking photographs or video in this. About that time, unexpectedly, Suzette comes back.
You asshole. Here.
She arrives.
Fucking dummy.
She comes back. We see that our ringleader here, along with the other two, just kind of hurry off back to their van. Suzette actually sees the fight. She gets out and goes to the van in her car. Suzette is trying to take photographs of the getaway van. Elijah stands still, runs over her, completely over her. She has tire tracks on her body where he runs totally over her.
Put that bitch in the corner.
As we speak today, Detective Fulcher from our homicide team is on his way to the South County Jail where he's still locked up
bitch, Kip, why don't you go
to charge him with murder.
Your life.
Interestingly enough,
if you want, I don't know what I did. I'm not in
the
right
three juveniles have been waived over by the state attorney's office from juvenile court to adult court. They're still locked up in juvenile detention, but are now facing adult charges of attempted murder that were originally filed, and as well as there was a burglary to an occupied residence and a battery. All of those are serious felonies. They now have a bond. So under the juvenile system, they would have had to have been released at 21 days, or they would have had to negotiate a program. Our team has been working hand in glove with the state attorney's office. The state attorney, Brian Haas, and I have talked, and we're all exceptionally upset for a lot of reasons. What started out as a bunch of kids going to go up there and be a thug, going to be a tough person, going to beat up a guy over because he used to date Kimberly, turned into a murder. A murder. He controlled and could have stopped the murder, but he's the one, he's the driver that in the church van ran over and killed this beautiful lady who is so well thought of in the city librarian. This was witnessed by a lot of people. One of them worked for county utilities. He did what the people of Polk County are expected to do. He followed the suspect vehicle, the van, south on Berkeley Road and called 911 and continued to follow the van and give updates until the Auburndale Police Department and the Sheriff's Office could intercept the vehicle as it was traveling southbound into Auburndale. I need to point out that these folks went to Auburndale High School and one of them actually went to another school, an academy. But Kimberly went to Auburndale High School. Hannah went to Auburndale High School, and I believe Raven went to Stepping Stone Academy. What's interesting about this, with the exception of Hannah Eubanks, which has a really bad attitude, she was arrested once in October or charged criminally in the juvenile system for giving false identification to the law enforcement. But other than that, none of them have any criminal history. Zero. So they went from being rowdy, out of control juveniles on this day to Elijah's charged with murder. And certainly we've got attempted murder charges still in place, as well as burglary to an occupied residence.
She looks like the type of chick that would keep dead cats under her bed.
And battery, which are F1s. It should have never happened. It's one more example for us to tell our children, when you misbehave, it can get out of hand. There's going to be a celebration of life for Suzette on November the 6th at the Bronson Community Center in Polk City at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The community wanted us to put out that everyone's welcome to attend. And that's important because it's a small, tight-knit community where Suzette was a very important part of developing the young children in the community. You see, she taught people right from wrong. She taught people how to do things the right way. So at the end of the day, the case is still under investigation. There's still a lot of follow-up to go. We've not downloaded all of the data off of the cell phones and all of the camera videos. We have been working diligently to put this together with the state attorney's office, and we will update you. But at this time, only Elijah is charged with the actual murder because he is the one that was driving the vehicle. And he is the one that ran over and feloniously murdered a lady that was doing nothing but trying to gather photographs of suspects who attacked her child at their home in this quaint, safe little community.
Yep, you fucked around the
Any
wrong
questions?
community, bro. Wrong community.
All right.
Well, he had permission to use the van, is our understanding.
You might be
Now,
able to
why
do
in the
this
world
in
his
Philadelphia,
father
but you sure ain't doing
gave
this in
his
Polk
son
County.
permission to use this van, I don't know. But it was a van that was traditionally used for maintenance. I'm told it was not necessarily a Sunday transportation van, but one that was used for maintenance. But he, according to the information that we've developed this far in the investigation, this kid was given permission to drive this vehicle. Keep in mind,
Get the hell
he has
out
no
of here.
criminal history. He doesn't work. But I tell you something. When Kimberly
Hey, are you a kid? Dumb? Like, I want to use the hard R on you. Like, are you you got that extra chromosome? Like,
the time of 15.
Is that how you spell, bro? Where did you go to school? Philadelphia, Florida? Where? Somalia?
15-year-old girl told him, get in your van.
Were you the one that wrote the sign in front of that daycare center that said learning? I think you wrote that sign.
My ex-boyfriend.
Or whatever it was.
He did.
Leering.
Leering.
Part of a youth group, or you just happen to be a pastor?
I'm 9
Not
years
anymore.
old. Oh, okay. Well,
Not
now
anymore.
you're hitting.
But they were all friends.
Guess what that means?
Bye-bye.
Guess what that
The
means?
investigation goes on. Now, keep in mind, just last week, we had an 18-year-old and a 17-year-old shoot and murder a person out in out in the far east side of the county over a drug deal. We're not talking about seasoned criminals in either of these events. Come on. At 18 years of age, 17 years of age, you're shooting into a car and killing people. At 18 years of age, you're running over.
I got it.
A mama, a city librarian who's doing nothing but trying to take photographs, and so she can later identify who came into her house and to beat up her son.
Can you speak to how you know this was intentional?
Sure, if you look at the video, you can see clearly that he had the opportunity to back up, to drive around her, or not to hit the gas and run over her. He didn't clip her. He didn't try to turn away from her and accidentally hit her and she fell down. She was squared up and he ran over her, directly over her, rolled her underneath.
He wasn't trying to shoot her away. He was locked in on her.
He ran directly over her, and you'll see that in the video that we put up here. Or that you...
Yeah, we released it and we'll release it again.
You may have had it from the original event, but we will release it again. Also, I tell you, once again, we're able to give these names because the family wanted us to and allowed us to, otherwise we couldn't. Because the family and the friends want the community to know how horrific this is. What a senseless tragedy it was for him to run over this lady and kill her.
An incident that could have been so petty turned so bad.
It usually, when you have murders, you have drug deals gone bad, you have relationship fights, you have long-standing feuds, you have horrible criminal conduct, robberies. You don't see that they all went up there to have a teenage fight, and it turned to murder. And there's no doubt in anybody's mind, when you see that video, he had every opportunity in the world not to run over this lady, but he didn't.
Come on, baby. Come on.
What do you expect teenagers to do? The right thing?
I mean, yeah.
He chose to take the church van, which was intended for good, and used it for evil.
He ran her over with the church.
And he needs to go to prison.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
You see,
He ran her over with the
Suzette
church, man.
didn't get to be with her family on Thanksgiving.
Unreal.
She didn't get
Who
to
raised
share
them?
the joy of being with children given day. She'll never have the opportunity again to
Hey,
teach
you're right there, though.
wonderful young children in the Polk City area right from wrong and how to improve their lives. She'll never have that opportunity because of him, because Kimberly
It's showing on the screen, right?
No.
It was showing on the screen, right?
It's on. I see the pause sign. I see. There you go.
concerned of the bunch.
Playing now.
Hannah, when we're talking to her, one of the detectives said, "Do you realize
I have too many apps.
that this lady may die. Hannah looked at the detective and said, I've already been told that. I don't want to hear that anymore.
First time I could admit it.
She was very flippant. You can be sure of one thing. We're going to see that the criminal justice system holds them accountable.
Damn right.
Because whatever they meant when they started, he ended it with murder. And Suzette won't be there when her children get married. She won't ever get to see her grandchildren. And they won't have their mother. And it never should have happened. And the school was trying to intervene and stop the conduct. And Kimberly Stone continued with her conduct to the point that the school suspended her for it.
That was crazy. That was crazy. Kids are gonna do what kids do. Now this story right here, you guys, is it's out of Ohio. It just seems like it's about to be effed up. It's from the local news too, so it's about a super church pastor.
Trio. Investigating claims of sexual abuse involving this New Albany megachurch. The Licking County Sheriff saying the allegations focus on a former leader of Faith Life Church.
Gary and Brenda Keesee are the lead pastors at Faith Life Church. A statement we got Monday from an attorney representing the church says Faith Life is aware of the serious allegations of past conduct involving a family member of the church's leaders. That same attorney declined our request for an interview. However, Gary.
Why is it not expanding? Hold on, guys. Oh yeah, I guess I could have stopped sharing. Oops, let me go back forward. All right, cool. That was share something that was like that. I'm sorry, guys. It is what it is. It's gonna be a wild story though.
Sexual abuse involving this New Albany megachurch. The Licking County Sheriff saying the allegations focus on a former leader of Faith Life Church.
Gary and Brenda Keesee are the lead pastors at Faith Life Church. A statement we got Monday from an attorney representing the church says Faith Life is aware of the serious allegations of past conduct involving a family member of the church's leaders. That same attorney declined our request for an interview. However, Gary and Brenda have addressed the allegations during church services that took place earlier this month.
I'm sure some of you heard what's happening going on around here.
This video is from the live stream the church shares on its website, but this portion of the service appears to be edited out of the video that permanently exists on Faith Life's YouTube page.
We stand absolutely against harassment and abuse. Abuse is directly against everything we believe in.
No charges have been filed by the Licking County Sheriff's Office, which is handling the investigation. And according to the attorney for the church, none of the allegations are against any current pastors.
Please know that Brenda and I or our pastoral team has not been accused of anything.
Police records we have obtained detail the alleged abuse of one woman while she was a juvenile. The case started in Knox County. According to Attorney General Dave Yost's official Facebook page, the Knox County Sheriff said their department could not investigate the case because the alleged suspect's mother, Brenda Keesee, is a county commissioner who votes on the sheriff's budget. So the case was sent to Ohio's Bureau of Criminal Investigation. But according to public records we've obtained, Dave Yost's office sent this letter to Knox County, telling them they too have a conflict of interest and could not investigate the allegations either. On Facebook, Yost states that he is friends with the alleged suspect's parents and they have been guests in his home. As these allegations continue to spread, some brought their questions to the Knox County Commissioner meeting Tuesday. Brenda Keesee was at the meeting.
Is transparency still happening inside the commissioner's
Yeah,
office?
definitely, Jess.
It is important once again to stress that so far, no charges have been filed. But the case did force the Knox County Sheriff's Office and Ohio BCI to recuse themselves from investigating due to conflicts of interest.
Oh, good for them. Stand up.
The culture there was very much, you have to be a yes man. You do what they say. You don't ask questions.
This former Faith Life staff member asked we hide her identity and voice. She is not a victim of sexual abuse by the former church leader who is currently being investigated, but describes what she called questionable behavior she saw while working at the church.
I saw a male member of the church staff talking.
Exactly.
Not in total seclusion with younger girls, but often like a distant hallway where there's nothing going on in that side of the building. It kind of just was one of those, something in my gut telling me that just it doesn't seem right.
She says on multiple occasions, she tried to address her concerns.
I actually felt like I was protecting that staff member by saying, hey, this doesn't look right. Maybe, the optics could come back and bite that person, and it was shut down real fast.
Police records we have detail the alleged abuse of one woman while she was a juvenile. In the last few weeks, this has gained momentum on social media as some of the other alleged victims have used those platforms to share their stories. The former staff member we spoke to Wednesday said she hopes those people feel supported.
I don't care if I know them or not. That's not the issue. None of this should happen in the first place, and they deserve to know that they're supported.
Again, no charges have been filed. The Licking County Sheriff's Office was given this case on Friday, so they are just getting started with their investigation. In an email I received from their office Wednesday, they said they want to assure that this case will be investigated to the fullest.
What do you hope comes from this investigation that's now being handled by this local law enforcement agency?
I want justice for the victims. I want accountability. I want the reckoning to come, and I want them to be held accountable.
These documents reveal one person's allegations of sexual abuse while she was a juvenile.
Here's what we know so far. In December, a police report was filed in Knox County. The incident listed here as rape and sex offense. In a report taken by a Knox County detective in January, the alleged victim says she was assaulted more than 100 times before she turned 15 years old, and much of the alleged abuse happened at a home in Knox County, according to these reports. According to Attorney General Dave Yost's official Facebook page, the Knox County Sheriff said their department could not investigate the case because the alleged suspect's mother, Drenda Keesee, is a county commissioner who votes on the sheriff's budget. Drenda and her husband, Gary Keesee, are the lead pastors here at Faith Life Church. The case was then sent to Ohio's Bureau of Criminal Investigation. But according to public records we've obtained, Dave Yost's office sent this letter back to Knox County, telling them they too have a conflict of interest and could not investigate the allegations either. On Facebook, Yost states he's friends with the alleged suspect's parents and they have been guests in his home. That's how the investigation ended up here in Licking County. On Monday, I tried getting some answers and updates about where the investigation stands from the sheriff's office. Good. Hey, I'm checking to see if Sheriff Thorpe is in his office today.
I was told the sheriff wasn't in, but the office posted this release on Facebook saying they had assigned detectives to investigate and encourage those with information about the case to contact them. In the last few weeks, all of this has gained momentum on social media as some of the alleged victims have used those platforms to share their stories. We were there on Friday as supporters of some of the alleged victims protested outside the megachurch holding signs that called for justice. We've reached out to the church for a response to the investigation. We did get this message from their attorney, which states that Faith Life is aware of the serious allegations of past conduct involving a family member of the church's leaders. In the statement, they say none of the allegations are against any current pastors. The message also states that they are fully cooperating with law enforcement. The church's attorney turned down my request for an interview, but we will stay on top of this. Again, no charges have been filed. Right now, we're waiting for more records to be released from the sheriff's office here in Licking County.
Faith Life Church has been in the spotlight since February when allegations of sexual abuse were made against one of the leaders of this church. Now we've learned in 2022, the Attorney General's office got a whistleblower tip about the church's Journey campaign. Now, in the documents we received through a public information request, the Attorney General's office found nothing violated Ohio charitable laws, but said that some of the practices were unusual and concerning. They went on to say the program lacked oversight by independent directors or the congregation, and they made several recommendations to increase transparency. Those included using local certified public accountants instead of the one based in Texas, and to hold at least one public meeting a year to discuss how the church is run and finances, and to also seek clarification from the Evangelical Council for Financial Accountability and amend church bylaws to add 2 more board members to represent the congregation. Now, the church's attorney sent us a statement saying, in part, Faith Life Church appreciates the thorough review conducted by the Attorney General's office and took its recommendations seriously. The church carefully evaluated each recommendation and implemented changes where needed to further strengthen its policies and procedures. Now, we told you back in February that Attorney General Dave Yost recused himself from that case involving sex abuse allegations that were made against one of the former church leaders. The AG posted on his official government Facebook page that the move was made because he's friends. And we did ask why the AG's office was able to investigate that 2022 case and not the current one. In a statement, his office says that Yost did not know them until last year, so no potential conflict at the time.
The initial reaction was relief. Eric Venon was a member of Faith Life Church for 4 years and ultimately decided to leave around 2019. As a father who took his kids to this church, he's feeling a range of emotions after hearing that Gary Thomas Keesee Jr. was arrested at his home in Johnstown Friday. Keesee charged with 2 counts of rape. Both are felonies. According to court documents, there are a total of 3 alleged victims, all who are under the age of 13. The first reports of abuse happened when Keesee himself was between 12 and 14 years old. Keesee is a former leader at Faith Life Church and the son of lead pastors Gary and Brenda Keesee.
He was presented as a rock star at this church.
Bye-bye,
he was
dummy.
put in a position where he would have access to young ladies, and you see what happens. And unfortunately, unless real transparency and accountability happens, I think this church needs to shut down.
The church's attorney sharing a statement saying, in part, the complaint alleges incidents that occurred approximately 2 decades ago that in no way involved Faith Life Church. The allegations have been investigated by the Licking County Sheriff's Office, and Faith Life Church has cooperated fully with the investigators. The Licking County Sheriff's Office was asked to start investigating in February by the Knox County Sheriff. This was after the Knox County Sheriff's Office and Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost had to recuse themselves from the case due to conflicts of interest. Brenda Keesee is a Knox County commissioner and decides the
I'm not gonna lie. Where they're showing right now, I've been there before.
Sheriff's Office budget.
Hi,
Yost is personal
teachers.
friends with Brenda and Gary Keesee. It's a case that has some former and current members questioning their faith in this church.
Anger, really. I mean, I think the whole community has a right to be angry that there's a church that we've brought our families to, that we allowed our kids to go to homeschool community to, and come to find out that they weren't safe.
We learned that information after a Knox County grand jury handed down a 27-count indictment against Gary Thomas Keesee Jr. Those charges include rape, gross sexual imposition, and unlawful sexual conduct with a minor. Investigators say there are 3 victims. All were members of Faith Life Church, but say there is no evidence the abuse happened at the church. Keesee is the son of the lead pastors. He was a former leader there as well. Licking County is handling this case. The special prosecutor says justice will happen here only because of the victim's courage.
If the man in your life has a bourbon collection that looks like this, then
you must be a bitch.
Courageous young women have spoken out and come forward, and they are to be commended for their bravery and supported.
For the first time,
I would drink too if I heard that bitch's voice every day.
supporters of the alleged victims of Tom Keesee are seeing what they have wanted to see for a long time. Keesee in an orange jail jumpsuit in front of a judge.
Just a range of emotions. Quite a difference from the rock star role that he's always played at the church.
That was Nicole Berger's reaction to seeing Tom Keesee in court. The charges against him come after months of investigation and what victims claim was years of abuse. Now Keesee is charged with
I watched this story, like the actual, I think it was like Dateline or 48 Hours or something about this. It is fucking nuts.
11 counts of rape, 11 counts of gross sexual.
I didn't realize it happened like 20 minutes from where I live.
Imposition and 5 counts of sexual conduct with a minor.
It just feels good that justice is finally coming for these victims.
How confident are you that justice will be served here?
Extremely.
Keesee's attorney says justice looks different for his client, who he says is wrongfully accused. Sam Szymanski points out that some of the crimes date
That's my old attorney. I swear to God.
back decades and involve juveniles.
It's difficult for
He's a J, and he cost a lot of money.
everybody involved, right?
I bet.
It's fraught with difficulty, for sure.
I'm extremely confident. The statute of limitation is 25 years, and I'm confident.
Everybody feels deceived. I think that there was a love of money more than a love of Jesus, and I feel like they really pushed that agenda, and I think people feel deceived in a lot of ways.
Former church members were on hand. They say they're angry at how these allegations were handled by the church and by Keesee's parents, including his mother, who is a Knox County commissioner.
Drenda and Gary continued to hide this for years and years, and I think that they put Tom in positions of leadership over children. This is not just about Tom. This is about Drenda and Gary Keesee. And I think Drenda should step down from her Knox County commissioner seat. It's unacceptable that she's still in power over this county.
Prosecutors claimed that Keesee is a flight risk, pointing out that his parents have access to a private jet. Prosecutors asked for a $5 million bond. The judge settled on $2 million, so Keesee goes back to the Licking County jail. If he does post bond, he will have to wear a GPS monitor.
Gary Keesee walks into a Knox County courtroom smiling at his attorney.
Is he prepared to serve a life in prison?
What do you mean prepared? How does one prepare for that?
A former pastor of the Faith Life Church in New Albany, where his parents remain the lead pastors, is now accused of raping a 4th victim. This time, the indictment indicates Keesee was in his 20s when he sexually abused a child for 4 years who was younger than 13 years old. The time span for all 32 counts, 2001 to 2012.
Started when he was an adult to a 6-7-year-old child. How, as a mother, can you stand behind your son?
Prosecutors say at least 3 of the victims attended Faith Life Church. Members of the community came out to support them.
You think there are more victims out there?
Absolutely.
But also demand that Knox County Commissioner Drenda Keesee, mother of the suspect, step down from her elected position.
The fact that Drenda is still holding a Knox County commissioner seat is absurd.
Commissioner Keesee has yet to respond to my email asking her about the resignation demands. However, she was only a few feet behind her son watching this latest hearing, where the defense claims they're receiving phone records and other evidence for the July trial on a delay.
What was not addressed is why did it take them 6 weeks to get us that what they already had? I don't care if she had it in February, March, or April. Who cares? You got it, you send it.
Prosecutors tell me there is a second suspect linked to this case, and that second suspect committed their crime in Fairfield County. I called the Fairfield County Sheriff's Department today to check the status of that investigation, and I am waiting to hear back.
Thank you. Hopefully we get an update, and I will definitely report it. Now we're going to head to Texas. This is a crazy story. Oh, we live in a crazy world, Joe. We're protecting you at all costs.
You back into your headlines right now as a man is charged with kidnapping a 15-year-old girl in Texas, abducting her off the street. And that girl's father reportedly kidnapper. That's the suspect right there on your screen. The Montgomery County Sheriff's Office says deputies were told the teenage victim had taken her dog. Which took him to a secluded, partially wooded area about 2 miles away. Inside a pickup truck, investigators say the father found his daughter and the dog, along with a half-naked man. After helping his daughter escape, the father called for help. According to the sheriff's office, the 23-year-old suspect, Giovanni Rosales Espinoza, seen there, quote, had threatened the victim with a knife and abducted her from the street, end quote. He has now been charged with aggravated kidnapping and indecency with a child. I want to talk about the case as a whole here, so let's bring in Jillian Snyder, retired NYPD officer, now a senior fellow at the R Street Institute, an adjunct lecturer at John Jay College of Criminal Justice. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here today.
Thanks for having me, Josh.
Happy holidays. Well, first off, I did want to ask you from a law enforcement perspective here, what stands out to you about the details of the case in general?
So what really stands out is how quickly this situation evolved. It began when the father noticed that the daughter didn't come home, and he quickly took action. He used the location, notified first responders, but using the phone's data to help determine where she might be really narrowed down the window of uncertainty. So once law enforcement did become involved, deputies relied on witness statements from some of the stuff that people did see the truck, and that was really key in helping them identify the vehicle and later the suspect.
Because this did involve a 15-year-old girl, according to the sheriff, how does that kind of differ when you're talking about the approach by police to the investigation and the search efforts versus if we were talking about the potential of a kidnapped adult?
There's vast differences between the way that we, law enforcement, will investigate missing children versus missing adults. So when children go missing, we don't wait. A lot of agencies will have what's called a mobilization, where they're going to call in like a team of 10 officers or more if they have the resources to do so. Children can't consent to being taken, and they also are more vulnerable. And so in cases like this, officers may initially be responding to a missing child report, and once information develops through witness accounts, evidence, and investigation, the true nature of the incident becomes clear. You'll also hear about alert systems. Now, this case unfolded way quicker than usual, but in missing children cases, you'll see Amber Alerts. In missing senior citizen cases, which are also, they're treated similarly to juvenile cases because senior citizens are also a vulnerable population. You'll hear of Silver Alerts. So these tools are what helps let the public know what we're dealing with and who's missing.
And based on your law enforcement expertise there and your experience, is there anything from this that parents should maybe be able to take away?
I mean, I know a lot of kids don't want their parents knowing where they are at all times. And I mean, when I was a kid, my parents definitely weren't able to track me with a cell phone because I didn't have one yet. But the case really highlights the importance of awareness and preparation. So this father immediately recognized that something wasn't right, and he used the tools at his disposal to help find his daughter. So acting early matters. Technology is really important, and we have it, so we need to use it, but we need to use it thoughtfully. So location sharing features, they don't replace communicating or talking to your child, but they are supportive when something goes wrong. So just as early as regular conversations with your kids about awareness and boundaries and trusting their instincts, these discussions really help children recognize danger and help parents respond faster if something does go wrong.
On that same note, though, when a parent locates their child before police are there, what precautions would you say, based on your expertise, that they need to take to avoid maybe escalating the situation in some way?
Oh, Billy. Dude, I'm going to put on some good shit next. This is going to be for our own. It's going to be good, but it's going to be more for our
parents. They want to rush in. Their instinct is to save their child.
People that want to hear some
but situations like this can unfold very quickly. They can become dangerous. They can escalate. We found out later that the suspect did use a knife, so this was a forcible abduction. I'm sure the father didn't know that going in. The safest approach would be to keep law enforcement informed. I don't know if, and this is again based on just what I've read, if the father called 911 immediately when he knew his daughter was missing, or if it was after he located. I've read a few mixed things, but it is important to always keep law enforcement in the loop because you don't know what you're dealing with. So armed suspects are desperate. And in this case, we are happy that it worked out well. The daughter is safe, the father is safe, the suspect is apprehended. But at the same time, keeping law enforcement involved is just very paramount to safety for everyone.
And we don't know at this point from investigators, it sounds as though Like we said, the 15-year-old was abducted at knife point from the street there while walking her dog. That's according to the sheriff's office. It's not clear if she had any previous interaction with this suspect, but I wanted to ask you more of kind of a general situation here, just kind of based on what you've seen in your law enforcement time here. When you're talking about the abduction, the kidnapping at knife point of a young girl, 15 years old, maybe even younger here, is it normally someone who knows this 15-year-old child? Is it somebody who doesn't know them, a stranger? Is it a mix of both?
So looking at the data, most missing child cases involve children running away from home or family or custodial related issues. They're not normally violent abductions, but cases like this worry law enforcement because non-family adults who kidnap children, those tend to have the highest risk of serious harm. Stranger abductions are, again, I want to reiterate, they're not common, they're quite rare, but when they do happen, especially when force or a weapon is involved, they can escalate very quickly. And that's when police treat the situation as an emergency. So in this case, investigators determined the suspect was not known to the family, at least that's what I've seen so far, which places this case is in a high-risk category and explains the urgency and why the father acted so quickly.
And it's important to note here that we don't have a final determination of if there was any kind of previous interaction, anything of that nature. There's different reports that are coming in. So I just wanted to make sure to clarify that for folks out there. That was more a general question about cases like this. And I did want to ask you here, is there anything that you want to add before I let you go? Anything that you think it's important for parents out there to know?
I think the case is a reminder that we don't want to raise children in fear, but stranger danger, it's real. And most missing child cases, although they don't involve violent strangers, when they do, the case can escalate very quickly and can be dangerous. So what's important here is that it began as a missing child concern and later became clear how serious it was. A parent trusted their instincts, and that's really important. Technology did help, witnesses did help, law enforcement came in, the suspect was apprehended, but this shows how public safety works in layers. So having awareness at home, talking to your children, telling them not to talk to strangers, working with them to make sure that they're agreeable to keeping their location tracker on so that there's an open dialogue. So when something like this happens, they know something's wrong.
All right, Jillian Snyder.
Thank you. Now let's watch a little different. I know a lot of y'all that are here with me. I don't know, I haven't seen it yet.
Power in the videos to do is what to do when the power fails. That's funny. At any rate, every year the elites release their plans in the form of the cover of the Economist magazine. And this year, for some reason, they released two covers. And it just dawned on me last night what this second cover means. After putting up that it says the world ahead, 2026 will shape the next decade. And they're showing two worlds. And I believe the two world means our physical reality and the spiritual reality in 2026 will merge. You really need to think about that because that's a serious statement. Here's the breakdown that I did of the 2026 Economist cover, the colorful one. I want to go back to 2017, where Donald Trump was sitting on top of a throne made of the United States flag, holding a scepter and another element in his hand. I don't remember what it is off the top of my head, but he was basically the king of the world. Do you see what I'm saying? I did a breakdown on this in 2017. I'm not going back to it right now because it's late. I'm bleeding and I have to take a shower. But take note, right next to him, the entire world is completely connected one way or the other. Nothing new. I think is the Economist cover, or what they're presenting is this. It's not a Viking ship. It's actually Greek. It has Greek adornments on the sail. What they are holding was what's called Greek fire. It was like napalm. These guys were so far ahead of their time, it was crazy. But it was like napalm, and they would set the enemy ships on fire with it. this day, they can't figure out what it was made of. So now that answer right there came from one of my subscribers called Jesus Saves. So I appreciate that because, again, at first glance, it looked like a Viking ship. And Greek fire, of its time, technologically speaking, nobody had anything like that. So the Greeks were kicking ass and taking names. But the more I look at it, them using Greek fire, something that almost nobody knows about. I am familiar with it just from history, is them using technology that nobody else has to vanquish their enemies. This was basically what Greek fire looked like back in the old days. And like I said, it was secret technology. Nobody, basically the elites telling us they're going to use secret technology no one's ever seen before. Release it on, boom, bitches. Also, I had originally said that it looked like a hot air balloon and somebody was cutting the strings. But 4 minutes after I uploaded the video, I posted it and said, it's a soccer ball being kicked. And soccer balls are 3D objects. So they don't have sides in the traditional sense. However, their surfaces are made up of panels, which are usually hexagonal or pentagonal in shape. A traditional soccer ball has 32 panels made up of 20 hexagons and 12 pentagons. But a soccer ball is a 3D object. Okay, so that's crazy because that could be alluding to holographic imagery in the sky, you know, Atlas 3I, things of that nature, because they are showing Jeff Bezos's penis-shaped spacecraft that can't go into low Earth orbit. They're showing what appears to be an ICBM missile. They're showing people uprising in the United States being arrested.
Probably was skipping a little bit. Pause
You
it.
see what I'm saying?
Everything's acting
straight up.
real slow.
I don't understand what that means, but the robots are absolutely everywhere in this. All different types of robots taking over your jobs, working in your house. That looks like Rosie the robot. That appears to be. That can't be Netanyahu. It looks just like George Soros, doesn't it? And it shows Lincoln on the penny underneath the market crashing. You see the market crashing? This is the AI bubble they're creating right now.
Mind you, this is all on the cover of The Economist, I believe.
They're getting everybody and their sister to literally invest in AI, but they're not giving the AI to us. They're simply using the AI bubble to siphon all the money out of our lives in every which way they possibly can. They're taking all the resources and they're going to get ready to go in their underground bunkers. But 2026, the stock market, it's over. The stock market is a scam right now. The entire thing is a huge scam. Satellite dishes, people at war. There's war guys over here. There's vaccines. There's robotic dogs. These are war fighting dogs. The dollar crumbles. You see it? The dollar crumbles. Another robot with a machine gun on top. Glasses of wine spilling. I don't know what that means. And then robots absolutely every place. Robotic dogs. And then, of course, drones, lasers using directed energy weapons, satellites using directed energy weapons, satellite using directed energy weapons, rockets coming off of the ship. Everybody is being entertained to death, or they're being neural laced, one of the two. But I mean, look at this. Look at all the different variations of machine guns on robots. Machine guns on robots. 1, 2. You've got the robot dogs all over the place. The red and blue fighting. The red and blue fighting. Some people thought that this was Tylenol. I'm seeing it for what it is.
This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill. You stay in Wonderland. And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
The red pill or the blue pill. The red and the blue fighting right there. And 99 red balloons.
Oh, the 99
right there. Rockets going up.
Bro, the 99 red balloons is crazy. That's what they did during the eclipse.
Yeah.
I hope he do.
Going up. Vaccines. Whatever this is, it isn't good. And The Economist hasn't offered us anything else. When I'm done with my vehicle completely, when I'm completely 100% done, truck's coming off the trailer tomorrow. I put the axles in. I filled her back up. She's good as new. That rear end failing, I didn't build the rear end. I bought it custom made. It failed in March, and then it failed again. Now it's completely brand new. It can't fail again, period.
I wish you would have brought
up
up
squared away, and I know what I'm doing because this has been an almost 2-week odyssey here that I'm living in a shop.
Yeah, we did watch the beginning of the show, Flop.
But I'm sure
Yeah,
it was one
man,
of them
it's
breakdowns
crazy, brother.
because we were waiting for today for the actual new cover, and they're not offering us anything. So if you see anything else, send it. But all I'm seeing is war, the dollar completely falling out because it has to. It has to. Everyone thinks AI has failed. It hasn't failed. It's doing its exact job. It's controlling everything. We're getting the stupid AI that just dumb, and they're jacking up the stock market so much that it is going to implode, and we're going to get taken out for it. And the result is going to be the dollar is going to be destroyed right here. And it looks like all hell's going to break loose. And just like we've always said, it will be robots. How many robots do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 robots, 5 robots, 5 robots, not counting the robot dogs, of which there is a good half dozen of them, satellites shooting directed energy weapons, drones everywhere, and nothing but war. I mean, are you seeing this? This isn't good. This isn't uplifting in any way whatsoever at all. You got anything else? RJCJR10 at yahoo.com.
Yeah, way to fucking go.
But I want you to see this, okay? This is great. Okay, so I looked more into the spilling wines thing because it could mean something because it's showing wine spilling all over the world that they're presenting. That could be an enormous indicator of earthquakes, something that HAARP does. HAARP creates earthquakes. It could be that, or there's age-old beliefs that spilling a wine is an indicator of good or bad luck. It still remains prevalent in many cultures. Some argue that spilling wine signifies future achievements, while others view it as a sign of impending mishaps. According to superstition dating back to ancient Greece, spilling wine on the floor represents a sacrificial offering to the gods. This act is believed to bring good fortune and blessings from the divine realm. On the other hand, some cultures perceive wine spillage as a warning of misfortunes to come. For instance, spilling red wine on yourself or others is believed to be a sign of impending trouble or even danger. So, yeah, maybe that's why it's all over this map.
Or you're
I don't
drunk.
know. So before I go any further, if you have a 401k or an IRA, get it out of the bank and turn it into something you can hold, okay? Because they're going to crash the economy. The AI bubble is going to make every crash we've ever had pale in comparison. And if you don't get your money out, you're never going to see it. So why be stupid? Get your money out, turn it into gold and silver, and your money will double and quadruple. Will you be able to use it? I don't know. Is it better to be prepared and not need it than need it and not be prepared? Well, you already know the answer to that. So do it or don't, because last call for alcohol is coming up quick. The world in 2026 is just a little over a month away. Can you believe that? Get your money out of the bank. Tell them I sent you, and they will hook it up. Do not get the gold IRA because that will simply be ones and zeros. Again, locked up someplace. You want it with you or don't. So right now, there's rumors all over the internet by certain news outlets that are saying that Wells Fargo Bank defaulted last night at 2 a.m. Well, I talked to Dave Morgan from the Morgan Report. I ran it all by him, and he said there is no way to verify that. So be careful with that. But I'm telling you, 2026, like the cover says, will shape the entire decade afterwards. What does that mean? What does that mean? It means get your money out of the bank and turn it into something. So you at least have something, because they're going to steal your bank accounts completely. And I keep getting emails that are saying, Richie, what if they confiscate? Well, to me, confiscating your gold and silver is exactly like mandating you to stay in your house or to get a vaccine. It's completely your call whether you're going to do it or not. If it's mine, it's mine. You know what I'm saying? When they confiscated gold back in the old days, they at least had kind of a, war, we got war, it's bad, nobody likes war. Well, now these guys are just stealing and lying, and I mean, this entire video is about. So if they try to take what's yours, you know what I'm saying? So let's deal with one social issue that suddenly dominated everything: the workplace, schools, the news, movies, music, everything, to the point where if you accidentally called somebody with a mental disorder that was a man who was pretending to be a woman, if you call that, get in trouble, because what you saw with your eyes as a sane, grown person, you saw a man dressing up as a woman. You thought to yourself, well, that poor mentally disabled guy. Or you thought, that's disgusting. Well, they tried to push it to the point where we had to refer to them with the proper pronoun, or you could face jail time, or worse, you could be canceled from the internet, which happened to a lot of people. But here's the fun thing. That didn't used to exist. And if people had listened to us years ago, they would have heard it, because this is how that happened. This is why there are so many people that are or believe they are the opposite sex. Must be something in the water, right?
Now, there it is, the gay bomb. Look it up for yourself. I mean, this is what do you think tap water is? It's a gay bomb, baby. And I'm not saying people didn't naturally have homosexual feelings. I'm not even getting into it, quite frankly. I mean, give me a break. You think I'm like, shocked by it, so I'm up here bashing it because I don't like gay people? I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Well, that was your friend, my friend, everybody's friend, Alex Jones, whose father worked for the Central Intelligence Agency. And we know that because people have done the research. And then Alex just straight up told us it's not a big secret. If you have two brain cells that you can rub together, you'll figure it out. You know what I mean? Alex Jones was given information before we found the information so that he could make it look ridiculous. But the funny part about that is there's a chemical called atrazine that Monsanto created. And Monsanto hired a scientist to study it to make sure certain side effects weren't going to be a problem. Well, it turns out the side effects were a massive problem. And the scientist that they hired told them that he was literally proving in a scientific fashion, observe, repeat, observe. You know what I'm saying? Science. He was discovering that animals were changing their sex, not gender. Gender is a made-up word, didn't exist when I was a kid. Changing their sex from male to female, and they could literally produce eggs. That's a problem, and it's called atrazine. And if you're eating or drinking anything today, you're imbibing it. But either you have a strong enough constitution or a strong enough will through God that it hasn't affected you. But here's the deal.
With Juan Gonzalez, we've been with you for 18 years as we turn to another story.
Yes, now we turn to the story of a University of California scientist who discovered that a popular herbicide may have harmful effects on the endocrine system. Tyrone Hayes was first hired in 1997 by a company that later became agribusiness giant Syngenta. They asked him to study their product, atrazine, a pesticide that is applied to more than half the corn crops in the United States and widely used on golf courses and Christmas tree farms. But after Hayes found results that the manufacturer did not expect, that atrazine causes sexual abnormalities in frogs and could cause the same problems for humans, Syngenta refused to allow him to publish his work. This was the start of an epic feud between the scientist and the corporation.
Now a new article in the New Yorker magazine uses court documents from a class action lawsuit against Syngenta to show how it sought to prevent the Environmental Protection Agency from banning the profitable chemical, which is already banned by the European Union. To start with, the company's public relations team drafted a list of 4 goals. Reporter Rachel Aviv writes, quote, the first was, quote, discredit Hayes. In a spiral-bound notebook, Syngenta's communications manager, Sherry Ford, who referred to Hayes by his initials, wrote that the company could prevent citing of TH data by revealing him as non-credible. He was a frequent topic of conversation at company meetings. Syngenta looked for ways to exploit Hayes' faults, problems. If TH involved in scandal, Enviros will drop him, Ford wrote.
My bad. It wasn't Monsanto. They're the ones giving everybody cancer, and you can't sue them with that Roundup product that everyone's spraying everywhere, killing the bees, killing the dandelions, and helping Satan kill the earth. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. As soon as you're given life, you should right away start destroying creation to the best of your ability, all you possibly can. I'm joking, of course. But it was Syngenta, not Monsanto. My bad. And here's the other side of this. Television, politicians, the news, music, influencers, everybody, school teachers, preschool teachers were teaching children that they probably were gay and just didn't know it, to the point where they were helping them change their sex, not gender, made up word, without their parents' consent.
He's on fire right now.
This is what spawned it. You know what I mean? There's a reason other countries completely ban this, but the United States, hell no. Give it to them, and we're seeing the results. And here's the other side of that coin. When I was a kid, piercing your ear or getting a tattoo was something rebellious. You know what I mean? And that's what I did. But now people have been marrying cars, marrying walls, marrying animals. You know, it's the bar is so high that if you're overweight, unattractive, unpopular,
marrying cars,
unclean, etc., you can simply become gay, and now you're special, and nobody can say anything about you, or you can post it on social media. It was a great weapon. It really was, but it was not organic in any way whatsoever at all. Do you remember? I mean, way back in 97, we were warning you about this. It wasn't 97, 2007. My bad. I'm old. It happens. At any rate, let's move on to the next topic, shall we? So the next fantastic thing that politicians, elected officials, authorities, experts did for us was start genetically modifying food. And I started ringing this bell back in 2014. And sadly, the alternate channel I go to, the, what's it called? Alt-C censored channel that I go to find my old videos doesn't go back that far. So I'm going to talk about GMO foods and how they completely hid them every place, and how myself and hundreds of other YouTubers were trying to warn you about GMOs. And now they're making fake food.
Absolutely.
And not even telling you.
That's all I talked about forever is illegals and GMOs. Now the world's so effed up that there's so much to talk about. 5G, you know, all that stuff is like a thing of the past now.
Whatsoever at all. But we tried to warn you. But when you combine things like atrazine to loosen up your gender and genetically modified foods, things start making a lot more sense. And these are all things that they have been doing step by step, inch by inch, to turn us into a bunch of people that won't do anything other than maybe make videos, maybe leave a comment, or maybe post memes. You know what I'm saying? And they're watching this. They know this. They know that Charlie Kirk's, that entire thing, he was like a Superman. That's how he stopped the 308. A 308 would come through your neck, out the other side, through the wall. You know, the whole thing is just complete and utter nonsense, but it was a hell of a thing to keep everybody focused away from the Epstein files till they brought the Epstein files out again, which no one's ever going to find out. It's all just meaningless, busy work, while some of us try to stick to what's important, because the busy work,
there you go,
distracted for something.
There you go.
I like to say that I did a pretty good job staying away from Epstein and Kirk. Myself and others were talking about Epstein before anyone even knew what we were talking about.
That's kind of funny because on my life, I stayed away from both topics the best I could for the same exact reason. And it's not because of him. I didn't need
Oh my God.
Whatsoever at all.
We're on the
But
same
on that, I'll
vibration,
digress.
that's
Let's
why.
go back to 2017.
Does anybody remember this Monsanto Protection Act, Section 735, that was slipped into a bill signed by Obama? One of the many, many, many laws and executive orders Obama signed to help destroy America. Well, this one right here, even though it's been debunked by Snopes, which should be your litmus test proving it's real, basically protects Monsanto from being sued by anybody. These guys do this stuff all the time. They've made it so that if something happens due to vaccinations or genetically modified food or anything to that effect, nobody's held liable. It's absolutely unbelievable. And literally, things like this make regular Americans think all is well, when in fact it isn't. Snopes' job is to debunk things that we say, even though Snopes is run by people that are worse than most people you actually know. Once you see it on Snopes, in my opinion, that should guarantee to you it's completely and totally real. And speaking of Monsanto and genetically modified things, this is their latest little trick they're playing. They're no longer going to call things genetically modified. They're changing it to bioengineered. And the USDA publishes the labeling rules. So since GMOs have taken on a pejorative Frankenfood connotation, the USDA wanted to fix that. And did it ever?
Now, bear in mind, this was signed by Donald Trump right here. That's Trump. Trump is one of them. He might be one of the original ones of them, to be completely honest. You know what I'm saying? MAGA means magician in every language on earth.
Instead of calling them GMOs, it's substituted with the word bioengineered. Here's the little logos right here so you can enjoy those. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that great? Look at the curvature of the earth, and there's a star falling and a little bit of sun right there. Beautiful. It's amazing to me how much our government gives to these people that are destroying the water, the food, the air, the entire country. And it's amazing because we have the black laws in the United States. No, not these. Well, here they're calling it the Dark Act. Maybe I had it wrong, but you know what? I'm simply an asshole with a laptop, just like you guys. So it is what it is.
Love him.
Obama, once again, signed bills into laws, even though there was 250,000 petitioners against it, where it's basically none of your business. It's none of your business if your food or the food you're feeding your children or infant or toddlers or grandparents is genetically modified or bioengineered. You see what I'm saying? Maybe it's just bioengineered. Look at those happy, friendly stickers. Everything's good. It's been derived from bioengineering.
And since that occurred, everybody everywhere is finding chicken breasts that when they try to cook them turn into some sort of a jelly steak.
Yeah. Dude, what he's about to talk about right now is what Marley, he couldn't eat. That's why he only ate the Amish chicken, dude. I swear to God, I did video where I was pulling off the shit, just like
to do the same thing. Or food that's
I watched in real life,
engineered, and you have to scan the food. The little
Marley won't eat. He would not eat it.
If
it was not chicken, he literally would smell it and just walk by. Like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
I don't want nothing. I don't want. Look, I would get him like the good canned food, like with the gravy. He would eat the gravy and leave the chicken at the bottom. The whole bowl would be empty. Everything in there. He would have real chicken, broth, everything you could, and then there would just be leftover, like the not real chicken.
Right.
I'm not even. He really
put a label on the back, so it takes you to a place that explains to you that it's bioengineered, which means genetically modified. When they genetically modified the first salmon, I was ringing bells left and right, and apparently nobody heard them. But now people are seeing the consequences.
If you look on the back of most products that contain wheat or soy, you're going to see something that says contains bioengineered food ingredients. Now, most products have a bunch of ingredients in them, so they won't tell you which ones are bioengineered, and they won't tell you how they bioengineered them. Did they bioengineer them to increase the yield? Did they bioengineer them to enhance the taste? They don't tell you. These ingredients are garbage anyways. I wouldn't eat this. Next time you're shopping, look at the back of a product and check if it says that on there. If you look,
here is the infamous 3D printed steak and everything you need to know about it. Who is this cardboard smelling steak for? Apparently it's for vegan, vegetarians, and even meat lovers too. No Diddy, and I'm gonna apologize for what I said in the last clip. Feels like meat in the mouth. I didn't mean anything by it. How much did this cost? This cost me £8, or for the Americans, $10.50. And I got it from Ocado. No, I wasn't paid to promote this, and yes, I put my life at risk for this. How long does this take to cook? Did I season it? Yes, look, I put some olive oil, some garlic. Oh, I've got a question for you guys. Am I vegan? I only eat animals that eat vegetables. So what does that make me? All right, while I put this to cook, let's read the ingredients. So this has 10 ingredients. It is water, plant protein, which is wheat and soy and potato, soy flour, wheat flour, refined rapeseed oil, cornstarch. Why is my cooking making this look good? Maltodextrin, and barley malt, salt, and colors. Just like your comments, the vegan steak is now cooked. Here is the infamous 3D printed steak and everything you need to know about it. Who is...
So when Bill Gates tried to, no pun intended, force this down everybody's throat, people were like, F you, Bill Gates, you're a piece of, you know what? There's a reason your wife or husband dropped you like a bad habit and nobody talks about it ever at all for any reason, period. There's a reason a guy that made computers that weren't really all that good because Apple came along and blew him away, suddenly decided he was a health expert. Everyone's like, cool, he's rich enough, let him do that. Plus, his family started Planned Parenthood way back in the old days. So his family's been aborting children that were born with the miracle of life given to you by God. And Bill Gates has been eradicating them, which puts him really high up on the list with Satan. You know what I mean? Bill Gates and Satan, they're rolling together. So he thinks. At any rate, they've got influencers pushing this. But if you go to apparently TikTok, which I do not go to, you can find hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people that are finding out the steak that they bought isn't steak at all. It's not labeled. It's not mentioned. It's not anything. And here's the fun part. You're eating nothing but chemicals. And it's going to get worse and worse and worse. Why is a big steak $10.50? You know what I mean? $10.50 for a make-believe steak? That's amazing. But that's where we're going. That's where we're going. That's where we're at right now. You know what I'm saying? So far, they've tried eating simply made up things because you don't even know what those ingredients that they're claiming they're using for 3D printing are, because they can just lie because no one's going to stop them. You see what I'm saying? Now, this one's pretty much affected everybody that's watching this video. This has affected me since the day I was born.
There's no way we're going to eat. There's no way that we're going to eat 3D printed meat. Who's going to eat it? Like, do you think we already have and we just don't know?
War.
We are.
Love using war because it makes them wealthy. It puts the country in a tremendous amount of debt. And it kills off most of the able-bodied physical specimens. Win-win-win. You see what I mean? And when I say it's affected me since the day I was born at Fort Belvoir, a military base. My father never actually saw me until I was already walking. You know what that does? Imagine imagine you're married, your wife gets a puppy, but you're not around to raise it till it's already 2 years old. You don't necessarily love that puppy as much as you would if you raised it yourself, you helped it learn to walk, talk, etc.
Oh, yeah.
Some do. I'm telling you, at any rate.
Ew.
My father was in Vietnam. Many people's fathers were in Vietnam. My grandfathers were both in World War II. When they pulled off 9/11, September 11th, 2001, When that
Does it keep
activity
taking
occurred, it gave them every, we were attacked. This is the story. We were attacked by a bunch of guys that hijacked a bunch of planes. None of them could fly them, and they were all
Does
from
the
Saudi
Wi-Fi
Arabia.
keep
So
reloading us? Is that what's going on? Like, is it being real slow? Like, what's going on? Why is it doing this? Or am I just seeing it and it's not happening? Ryan, help me out, bub.
I'm trying.
Can you see the screen? Does it keep reloading or
we
not?
first went to Afghanistan because a
can
bunch
see
of
the
guys from
building
Saudi
falling
Arabia
now.
attacked us so quickly to Afghanistan. And then we went to Iraq. And now we're literally funding the genocide of all the for Israel, because without your tax dollars, Israel couldn't do this. So they just keep cranking it up.
Yeah.
And these guys all have friends that own things like Halliburton, Boeing, all the war making. They have stocks, or etc. It's all a big club. And we are in that club, but we're way down the bottom. They're way up the top. They never go to war. They just start them. They're killing off other human beings for whatever reason they come up with at any time. Donald Trump just bombed Africa because, you know what I mean? Those Africans and what they do. So good thing we got that done. If you're in Africa, it's the people running the world are bombing you. It's not just America, okay? Because every president of every country on earth, except for the guy that said this papaya tested positive for COVID, that dude was a good dude. All the rest of them are in the same club.
He's talking
it is
about
the new world order. So understand that. But war is
I forget what it
really
was.
brought America to our knees because it justifies everything. It justifies raising prices. We take over we invade Iraq. We take over the second largest producer of oil on earth, and our gas prices quadruple. And Americans are like, "Fuck yeah!" Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that sentiment? Are you sure you want to stick with that? We own the second largest producer of oil in the world, so gas should be free. You know what I mean? Gas should be free, but instead it quadruples, and Americans are like, "Yep, that'll show those sand people." Yeah.
I love Richie.
It's what's for breakfast. And it's bioengineered.
I needed it, bro. I was feeling depressed.
Let's go on to the next thing. I got a list.
I need to put this down.
Back in the old days, America used to have jobs, industry. We made things until some scumbags decided to deregulate things and start sending businesses that you, your family, generations had worked at to other countries, so they could make it in another country and then ship it back to us to sell to us things that we could have made for ourselves, where it would be win-win, build the country up, make the country stronger. But they didn't want to do that. Instead, they just wanted to treat the entire country like a bank and rob it, strip everything away, send it all away. They profit on both sides of it between the lobbyists and whatever country's receiving the newly outsourced jobs, like lumber, for instance. We send lumber from the Pacific Northwest to China so that they can turn it into 2x4s and send it back to us through Home Depot. How is that even cheaper? It makes no sense whatsoever at all, but they don't care. And if you look around, you'll notice there isn't very much left in the United States whatsoever at all. They closed all the military bases after we were attacked on 9/11. Doesn't that make sense? We were attacked. We were completely unprepared. Every single solitary thing the military should have done to prevent this from turning into what it turned into, they failed at. So we better shut down the military bases. That'll show them, and then put cameras up everywhere and watch our citizens, because we don't know. They could take down the Twin Towers again too, like we did. I mean, like those guys from Saudi Arabia did. They get confused after a while, you know. Sometimes they slip up, but it's just crazy. They're sending all this stuff out, and the biggest lie that's come down the pike as of 2025. Remember when Donald Trump ran on all those different things? He's going to lower food prices. He's going to go to Fort Knox and count the gold himself. He's going to find out what those drones that were literally harassing the entire eastern seaboard of the United States of America for 2 months. He's going to tell us what those are, and gosh darn it, he's going to open up those Epstein files. Yeah.
So my first day back from having a nice life, it's my honor to welcome 3 of the world's leading technology CEOs. And in the case of Larry Ellison, it's well beyond technology. He's sort of CEO of everything. He's an amazing man, an amazing business person. But to announce the largest AI infrastructure project by far in history, and it's all taking place right here in America.
Yeah, you remember this, right? Before you voted for Trump, he was telling you things like, I'm going to lower grocery prices. I'm going to bring industry back to America. I'm going to find out how much gold, the entire wealth of the country, which is partially yours, is in Fort Knox. And I'm going to find out who's been harassing American citizens for months unanswered with drones. And we were all like, dude, we don't care about any of that. What we need is data centers. We need data centers so bad. We need them in the middle of our communities, or
those that are still sticking around, you're probably truthers at this point. Go look at my shorts. I'm right by Patterson Air Force Base. And I used to see orbs or drones every day almost. I've got tons of shorts and video. A bunch of, at least like three shorts. At least one of them was a year ago at Christmas.
Just wipe our community away with some sort of a weather event. Put a data center there, and any of the people that are left, well, they can help subsidize the data centers with their electricity bill, their water bill. And the beauty of it is they probably won't even have electricity, even though the price went up. And chances are 99% the water that their bill went up since the data centers dropped in the middle of their communities after a crazy weather event is poison. That's what people wanted. And Trump heard you. He heard you, America, out of his ear, not the one that got shot and then miraculously healed 1 week later and was never spoken of again, ever at all. He heard you, and that's what he's doing, because data centers make America strong. It'll bring in jobs. It'll bring in 12 jobs for security.
Yeah, I used to show you guys live while I was just walking in the parking lot and flip my camera on, let you guys see the orb literally as I'm let a group of people on Discord see it.
Guards, because a data center is a ginormous building full of computer servers that don't need people there. They're all, you knew it, outsourced. Yeah. And the beauty is the richest people on earth need you to pay the bill for these things. And when they're up and running, for whatever reason, bye-bye. You'll continue to pay, or we'll force you out of the area one way or the other, because that's what we do. Because the biggest, best thing, I got to make this a little short. Maybe I'll do a part 2. The biggest, best thing we've ever come up with, I mean, that's ever happened that we found out about, was climate change. I mean, climate change has really helped shape not only America, the entire world.
Straight up.
Climate change, we found out, has caused the sea levels to rise exponentially. It's amazing. I mean, if you happen to live across the street from the Atlantic Ocean or the Pacific, and you're 50, 60, 70 years, you didn't see it rise, but it has. That's what's so sneaky about climate change. The ocean levels rise, but not when you're looking or measuring for a century, like this. So many moons ago, a subscriber of mine named Daniel Fitzhenry, and he's a hydrographic surveyor, and so wasn't his father. His family has been in the business of measuring the sea level for 100 years in Denison Sydney, Australia. In 1914, the ocean level was at 1.11 meters. And as you can see, it goes on and goes on and goes on, and it seems to be dropping. And then it comes back up again in 2014. But then in 2019, it ends up lower than it was before. And I've shown you this entire video right here. I can't find the original audio to it, but these guys have been, this is their job. This is their job through the government before Australia completely became the New World Order test ground. Their job was to measure the ocean. That's their job. That's all they do. They're experts in it. He's a captain. His father was a captain. And he was like, dude, we're on the other side of the world here, and the ocean's not rising. And I said to him, that's queer. I said that, and he wasn't offended. I said, that's highly suspicious or unusual because I'm 58 years old, and I grew up in Lynn, Massachusetts. We live on the Atlantic Ocean. Seriously, I can literally throw a pineapple grenade from my front porch, if I was so inclined and had one, into the Atlantic Ocean. That's how close I live. And in almost 60 years, that ocean hasn't risen 1 millimeter. Because if ocean rise or climate change was a real concern, we wouldn't live there anymore. Because literally, open the door, you can see the ocean. Do the dishes. That's doing the dishes. In the kitchen window, I'm looking at Boston Harbor. Very consistently, they just won't shut up, is that climate change is what's causing all this unbelievably crazy weather. When in fact, it turns out that's not the case whatsoever at all. There's a thing called geoengineering. You might have heard about it, especially on this channel, because I've been doing this 16 years. And I started my videos standing on the Atlantic Ocean, pointing a flip phone at the sky, because Boston Harbor, I can also see Logan Airport and General Electric, where they do the helicopters, the test jet engines, and all that stuff. I don't know why it just got dark in here, but whatever. I've been around planes my entire life. In the first 10 years of my life, I had really bad parents. I kind of still do. My mother died, but, I forgave her. Whatever. I spent the first 10, 12 years of my life locked in a room. No brothers, no sisters. All I had was Mark Twain, animal encyclopedias, and literature. And I read it all because I had nothing else to do. But I looked out the window and I watched the planes taking off all the time. And when I was a kid, airplanes weren't spraying long, disgusting lines behind them, blocking out the sun, making large X's, large squares, large vectors, and then eventually creating some sort of a blanket. And 16 years ago, my first video, I said, hey, is anybody else noticing this? And I literally explained what I was seeing, and I was literally explaining geoengineering before these guys came clean and said, well, we could
and I was
block out the sun to save us all from climate change.
That's what I
but
found.
The weird thing is 16 years ago in that video where I wasn't a truther, I wasn't Richie from Boston. Well, I was Richie from Boston, but whatever.
That's how I found him.
I said, I bet if people ever figure out what these guys are doing, they're just going to blame it on the climate. And surely enough, they did. But better than just blocking out the sun and making it cloudy, they're spraying heavy metal into the atmosphere, which allows them to use frequencies from Doppler and NEXRAD radar stations to mess with the weather all the time. And they can direct the weather, and they have. And speaking of those data centers, every place they wanted a data center, right before the data center was built, there was a weather event that caused everyone to have to leave the area, and that will continue. At any rate, this video is much too long. I'll try to wrap up part 2 of this tomorrow because there's still, let me see.
Absolutely.
Farmers forced out of business, forced vaccines. I did that one. I did that one. Okay, I got a couple of these things done.
Look, there was like 200-300 people in here when we were playing like the mainstream shit, but my brain just needed some truth, and I wanted y'all to get it. I didn't care if it dropped down to 50 people. I wanted to watch this rather than, I think after this, because I'm still kind of going, I rolled another one. I probably watched the Netanyahu Trump one to see, because it sounded like they were doing a whole lot of like ass kissing. I kind of want to see what they were talking about.
Paying Israel to eradicate entire people. Yeah, this is what we got to get to, because we are so jaded these days. We are so jaded that the fact that people flying in airplanes at 30,000 plus feet are filming crazy monsters in the sky that line up exactly to OpenAI's logo, which is Cthulhu, and line up exactly with the drawings that H.P. Lovecraft drew of these monsters, or the great old ones, which is exactly what Geordie Rose, the guy that helped create D-Wave, the quantum computer, said that they were summoning. You see how this all comes around?
Richie.
But we're so jaded. The fact that these monsters are up there flying around to the point where people on planes can literally get them on video, and we're already worrying about the next thing. We're amusing ourselves to death. At any rate, Richie from Boston, I'll wrap this tomorrow because it's already 5:30. It's just dropped 50 degrees in 2 hours.
I want to watch
50
more,
degrees in 2 hours, because that's
Yeah,
nature.
I know
It's
not
natural.
everybody's
It's
favorite,
nature. I got to try to upload this before I can't. So I'll wrap this tomorrow, and treat every day like it's your last. One of these days you're going to Richie from Boston, and I'm out.
It's possibly the clearest image of these black flying things we have ever seen. These black flying things we have been seeing in the sky since the April 8th solar eclipse. And this individual, UAP Luigi, says, I was taking my flight from Munich to Hamburg this morning at 7 a.m. and saw two objects which I thought were black birds in the beginning, but then they were moving in a strange way. Then I did these pictures and was shocked. The stewardess was shocked as well and brought me to the captain, which was also confused. Can anybody explain this? This is so scary. And yes, this is what we have been seeing with them. They do move in a very strange way, but look at it. I can't really explain it. And I really feel like those octopus kites were designed after these things to give an excuse. The only really thing you can say they look like outside those octopus kites are what we are shown in movies like Lord of the Rings, The Matrix, what's another one? Harry Potter, The Dementors. And they even look like those black things in that movie Ghost that took the bad people away. But what's eerie is that this person saw them too. They commented on this post with their photos, this individual, Andrew Porter, and he goes on to say, saw this object changing shapes, moving and stopping out the window on my flight out of Norfolk, Virginia to Minneapolis. Look at this one. It looks like it has arms stretching out. And this is what reminds me of those black spirits from that movie Ghost. Somebody had linked this article that goes back to February 22nd, 2024. It says mysterious alien object seen flying in Central California. And this was actually shown on the news. But what I find interesting is what they say right here. Observers have been quick to draw comparisons to the tentacle-like appendages seen in science fiction films like Arrival and War of the Worlds. Why I find that to be interesting, on one of my most recent videos on Seconds of Horror, I said just that. I used Arrival as an example when it came to Steven Spielberg's movie. This is what I said. I want to go ahead and talk about as well. It has to do with Steven Spielberg's latest movie called Disclosure Day a few days ago. The trailer came out, and supposedly it has to do about aliens and UFOs. Now, it would seem like birds play an important role in this movie. In a couple scenes, we're shown birds, but also in the poster, we're shown a bird and the one-eyed symbolism inside a bird. One of the main characters becomes possessed, and she starts to make this noise, which many people believe may be the sound of the alien.
Let's today is today's
and I find it very odd because, and it really goes to show who's giving these people these scripts, because there was another movie back in 2016 called Arrival, and it had to do about quote-unquote aliens. But the noise the woman is making in Steven Spielberg's movie sounds very similar to the noise that these aliens in this movie are making, a clicking sound. What's also even more interesting is that the bird also played an important role in this movie as well, because it was used to test atmospheric conditions, but also the sensitivity of language between nature and the alien communication, and it was also used as a foreshadow. What I also found interesting about the movie Arrival is that from time to time, we would always see these black rings, these black smoke rings popping up in certain locations, and they would be on the news. And the thing is, they would try to say, oh, that's just exhaust from a truck or a transformer had blown. They would never show or track the source. It was always just a theory. But if it was just that, why would they always show it on the news? And these black rings are very similar. Matter of fact, they look exactly like these black rings that are shown in the movie. And these black rings are the communication used by these quote-unquote aliens. So again, it's very telling where these directors are getting this information from, because this is just way too similar. And yes, what was shown by Steven Spielberg was just a trailer. But even so, just looking at the trailer by itself and then going back to the movie The Arrival, you would think that trailer was for the sequel to the movie The Arrival. This is just more conditioning people about aliens, getting people used to the idea of aliens, they exist, their arrival, perhaps even getting people used to the idea that people that are among us, like I said in my other video, think reptiles and things like that. And talking about Project Bluebeam, these are the things also we will be seeing during Project Bluebeam. What's going to kick everything off by 2030, this whole one world agenda. These creatures, they are not fake. The lie happens to be that they are aliens from another planet, planet 33, that's 33,000 light years away. That's the lie. These are things that have always been here, entities. I do want to go ahead and pause right here because this is concept art from the movie Arrival. You can find it on their website. And this eerily reminds me of this photo right here this individual had taken on his plane. Things crossing over from CERN, fallen ones, what they have been creating and working with in these deep underground military bases. These are the things that will be released. I just find it so weird that article references the movie Arrival when referencing these things. And again, it's just so obvious that Hollywood is giving us the truth in plain sight in these movies. And of course, in that video, when I say aliens, I say quote unquote aliens, because these are not things coming from another planet. They're either interdimensional crossed over from something CERN had done, or the veil is thinning, or these things have always been here and they're making themselves more known. I don't know, but they're being seen more and more. And it seems like they're being either chased by helicopters or being guided by helicopters lately.
People need to understand this stuff is very real. I've been documenting this for 15 plus years, and all of it is coming to fruition right now. These guys are in the occult. They use sex, magic, which requires children. And they're doing this to appease these demonic things that are being seen all over the sky. I find it ironic that it started showing up on April 8th, right where I am right now, when I came out here to literally film the eclipse that didn't actually have a moon involved. Remember that? Because that really happened. And if you recall, I kept my mouth shut about it until other channels that were just regular astronomers were like, there doesn't seem to be a moon. And then 4 days prior to the eclipse, we discovered that NASA claims they have a spacecraft that can cause an eclipse any time of the day. So that'll be helpful during Project Bluebeam. But these monsters are exactly what I was talking about 10 years ago. It's exactly what Jordy Rose was talking about. And apparently it's all the AI guys are talking about. Are you catching on to what's going on? Because you only get so many warnings till it's here. Okay, I'm really out now, but I had to include that.
I hope you guys enjoyed that one. I'm going to go ahead and go with the little shift idiot. So if I was going to do Trump, but I don't really want to watch him like that. Maybe, but this one seemed like it's going to be good. Huh? Ryan, what you doing, bro?
Well, just hanging around.
We have with us Brandon Shealy from FDLE and Eric Ross from the statewide prosecutor's office. And once again, when we do these investigations, agencies, because it crosses multiple jurisdictions, we appreciate our Attorney General Ashley Moody and her team, as well as FDLE. We also were joined by Hillsborough Sheriff's Office, Manatee Sheriff's Office, Pasco, Pinellas, and Collier County Sheriff's Office. and the Kissimmee Police Department. But as I begin this today, I want you to think about this for a minute. You come to this country legally. You go through the processes. After you come here, you establish a small business. You work really hard with all of your family members, and you're able to live in a nice community, a gated community. You're Asian American. Do you know, out of the 9 arrests we made in this case, 7 of our victims were Asian American. They were targeted. We are also looking at the possibility of whether or not this was a hate crime. And the people that committed this hate crime against these wonderful Americans, many of them came to this country, or their forefathers came to this country to start businesses and be successful and live the American dream, were victimized by a bunch of illegal aliens who came here as criminals to do criminal acts. And that's what we're going to talk about today. This all started for us here in the Sheriff's Office in March of 2023 with some high-end burglaries and high-end thefts. It's called the SATTAG. It's South American Theft Group. Now, it's not new to this country. In fact, we have groups from Colombia and South America working all across the United States as we speak. They're focusing on high-end houses. They're focusing on business owners, local business owners. And these 4 folks that I'm going to talk to you about for a few minutes, guess how they all got here across the southern border? They're all here illegally. Well, some of them are not here, and I'll explain that. So while you have a group of Asian Americans that came here legally, or their parents did, are running beautiful restaurants, you have this group of folks who have stolen, that we've documented, just about $1.7 million from them in cash, in jewelry, and high-end jewelry, in clothes. And think about this. What makes these folks so really, really dangerous? They are professional burglars. This is organized retail or organized criminal conduct at retail facilities such as our Asian American restaurants.
John?
What's interesting about this is they go to the restaurants and they photograph the outside of the restaurant, the inside of the restaurant. They not only photograph the restaurants, they determine who the owners are. They do their due diligence. They search the public record. They identify the owners. They set up surveillance and counter surveillance. They follow these people to their homes. Then they photograph their homes. And they look at their alarm systems. And they look at the cameras in the neighborhood. And they have Wi-Fi jammers and ways to bypass alarm systems. And then once they have their victims patterned, then they attack. They will dress in burqas. They will dress in lawn maintenance equipment, uniforms, like they're there with the lawn service. They will ride scooters through the neighborhood. They'll be wearing jogging clothes. And once they see that the path is clear, that's when they break in and steal large amounts of items. Here's what we know. This group, we've solved 1 burglary. Pasco solved 1. Pinellas solved 1. Manatee solved 1. Hillsborough solved 5, and Collier County has solved 1. That's the $1.7 million in loss. But there are many other burglaries. And in addition to that, these folks came through areas like Kansas and New York, and we suspect when this video and this press conference is released, we'll have law enforcement detectives scratching their heads who are working high-end burglaries, going, my goodness, that's the exact profile of what I'm looking for as well. It's scary when you think about it. Once again, these folks come here and they have successful businesses. And it's reported to us at least one of the businesses has been totally wiped out. In fact, they're not even open any longer. And then we get to the point that I want to make. The key to solving this crime all began with a simple traffic stop by a deputy sheriff assigned to Eagle Lake in Polk County. One of our deputies stopped this car for a traffic violation. We were able to put all 4 of these people together in the same car. And we made the appropriate charges, but more importantly, that young deputy documented everyone that was in that car on that day. Our detectives who had been working diligently to solve this, because these burglars are very, very good, said, we've got our toe into the door now. So our team set up with FDLE and the Hillsborough Sheriff's Office. We followed these folks, and we followed them from their home in Orange County in 2 different vehicles. As they came through Polk County, they stopped in Plant City. Guess what they did in Plant City? They started surveilling their next victim. So we watched that, wondering if that's where the hit was going to be. Then they left there and went further into Hillsborough County, into the unincorporated area. And they stopped to change clothes, to get in their burglary clothes. And then they stopped to steal a tag and put it on the vehicle. And then they went to attack the house. Well, because of the incredible work by my detectives, the incredible work by the Hillsborough detectives, the incredible work by the FDLE agents, we were able to arrest them in that burglary. And I'm going to give you the date on that. It was actually on April the 23rd of this year. And I want you to follow that April the 23rd as I go forward. We served subsequent search warrants and we recovered very little property. Very little. We got very little evidence. They are moving their stolen goods out of the area quickly. They use different names. And their goal is they have no fear. And why do they have no fear? Because we don't have a broken immigration system in the United States of America. We have a non-existent immigration system in the United States of America. Now, if you will, go with me for a few minutes. I've got to read this because it's so complex, but I want you to get an idea. Let's start with Geraldine Galano Perez. She's 33. She has a long, violent criminal history in Colombia. She comes to the United States across the Mexican border. She's a catch and release. So she enters on July the 13th, 2021. They catch her and they give her a notice to appear.
This is
And guess
exactly
what? Does
why.
she appear?
This is exactly why you deport them.
No. So they catch her, they give her a notice to appear, and poof, she's gone. By the way, they'll give you a plane ticket so you can fly to wherever you want to go.
Yeah, they will.
And that's at the taxpayer's expense. So on 12/15/22, and then again in 23, the federal judges in New York ordered her removal. On 4/23/24, that's the date we arrested her. We put her in the Hillsborough County Jail under a $32,500 bond. She bonded. She was turned over to ICE. ICE said, now keep in mind, there's an order of deportation in place. We don't have any room for her. There's an order to move her. We don't have any room to hold her. So they release her, and she's bonded. She was supposed to have a state-ordered GPS put on her if she made bond and was released. The federal government said, we don't have any GPSs. So did they hold her and refer her back or get the state to come over and put a GPS on her? Of course not. So we scrambled around, our detectives, when we heard, hey, she's about to be released because we know she is smoke in the air. She's gone. And we get an arrest warrant for her. And we put her in the Polk County Jail. Are you ready? In the Polk County Jail, she's got a $5.6 million bond. And we know exactly where she is. Because you see, we have a criminal justice system in Polk County. We have a system where we're not going to let these folks torment people in our community. She's got dozens and dozens of charges pending against her. And she is a very, very violent, dangerous person. Where her boyfriend is Milton Sierra. Now listen, follow me for a second. Geraldine and Milton. Doesn't that sound like Hispanic names to you? Just saying. Her boyfriend is 25, so she's a cougar. And he comes across with her, so he's a catch and release where they give him a notice to appear. And he is remanded to have a GPS at some point in this process. And it's so confusing. Understand, I'm boiling this down. So does he show up for his notice to appear? Of course not. Does he ever get this GPS put on him? If he does, it's removed. He removes it. So once again, on 12/15/22, and then again in 23, the courts, the New York judge, federal judge, orders him deported. So he's arrested on April the 23rd by all of our team for this burglary, where his bond is $32,500. But he is turned over to ICE. They send him to the Chrome Detention Center. They're about to deport him, okay? He's on his way out. So we said, no. We tell the federal government, no, don't deport him. We got some really, really serious charges on him. Help us out. Help another law enforcement agency out. Well, they were more intent on helping the criminal out. Did you hear what I said? I want to make that perfectly clear. ICE was more intent on helping the criminal out. I mean, there's plenty of people for them to choose to deport. They can certainly, right, find somebody else to sit in that seat to deport. So we get with our friends at Kissimmee Police Department who have a stolen property charge out of a pawn shop. They file a case against him. So he goes from Chrome back to the Osceola Sheriff's Office, where he's given another bond. As soon as he makes bond, they send him back to the Chrome Detention Center again. They're now going to deport him. And we're telling them, hey, we got a major investigation underway. Just put him on hold at Chrome. No way. They deport him. He's gone. He's pending all kinds of very serious charges here, and he's gone. Well, some people would say, hey, he's out of the country. He'll be back if he's not already. Now we don't know where he is. He may be in a gated community near you, someplace in the United States, because we know his girlfriend's here and his children's here. I don't suspect he's going to stay in Colombia very long. I don't think he'll want to come back to Polk County because his girlfriend's already shown, hey, if they get a hold of you here, they will keep you locked up the best they can.
What are you trying to do, Rick?
But did I mention
Pretty sure
that in the middle of all this, NYPD had arrested him for 2 felonies? And one of them, he had previously cut his GPS. So NYPD has him in custody. He'd already cut a GPS. They had orders on him. Do they grab him there? NYPD is not allowed to talk to ICE. So he's released PD's felonies, and they still have charges pending on him there. Well, Jason Ruiz is 42. He says, we're all friends from our border days. At least that's his statement. On 12/30/21, he comes across the border illegally through Arizona, and he's paroled because there's no space to hold him. Then he receives, or there's one issued, I don't know that he had a forwarding address. Denver ICE does a notice to appear.
You're right, Matthew.
Someplace in the middle of all this, and we've not been able to nail it down, he's filed for asylum. So we go on, and it's now January of 2024. Kansas Highway Patrol arrest him for DUI, and he bonds. Then he comes to Polk County. We arrest him for no driver's license, and he bonds. We report all of our arrests to ICE. Do they put a hold on him? No. I imagine Kansas reported him to ICE too. Obviously, they didn't hold him because we arrested him.
Well, do I look like your clock?
Before 6 arrest
What time it is?
for no driver's license is how we got into this thing. And then, of course, he's arrested when we catch him with our team with the burglary in progress. Now, when we arrest him in Hillsborough County, he's given a $32,500 bond. Okay? And he bonded. He posted it. ICE looks at him and goes, hey, he's here on an asylum status, and they don't hold him when he's turned over to them. So he's out again, free. So we're scrambling around, and we arrest him in Orange County, and we ask Orange County, hey, would you put a GPS on him? Orange County, Florida says, we don't have GPSs. So we have him turned over to us. We run and file some additional charges. He makes bond again with us. We report him to ICE. They won't pick him up because he's on asylum status. We put a GPS on him, which is the most we can do. 2 days later, he cuts it and he's in the wind. He's gone. Sayonara. I don't know the Spanish version of goodbye, but anyway. Adios. So he's gone.
Sayonara.
He's in the wind.
Adios.
So this one is in the wind. Compliments of ICE. This one's in the wind. Compliments of ICE. And now we got Geller Cabezas. He's 35. He was never caught. He came across in Arizona from Mexico. He was caught in a Satka home burglary in Michigan on February of 23. He got a whole 170 days in jail for that burglary. And then he was deported to Colombia. So they gave him 170 days. We'll get him out of the country. Sounds like the system. Because we caught him with his buddies at the traffic stop, and he shows up April 23rd when we arrest him. He has a $32,000 bond.
See how he catches up?
Now he's charged with aggravated reentry, and he's currently in the Pinellas County Jail on a federal hold. He's already pled guilty to the reentry, and he's waiting for his sentencing in September. Now, what he wants is to get deported. That's his hope. But what he didn't count on was Eric and his team, with all of the investigative resources that we provided the statewide prosecutor, of filing racketeering charges, which is a first-degree felony, subject to 30 years in prison, and conspiracy to RICO. And we've got lots of other charges on the way. But let me put this in perspective. If the fact that the southern border is not a cancer on the entire United States, the fact that the criminals are coming through the southern border with enough fentanyl that they've killed 225 or 250,000 people here. Now we have these organized criminals coming through the southern border, targeting legitimate Americans, legitimate small business people, and looking for people in gated communities in nice houses with money and jewelry. And they're focusing on you next. So I want you to know, while you live behind your gated wall, in your nice house, with your security cameras, these people are coming after you too. And they're able to do that because you have a non-existent, let me say that one more time, just in case you hadn't gotten it yet, a non-existent system to keep these criminals out of our country. We don't have a failed immigration program or policy. We have a non-existent program. They can't keep them out. They don't fear the criminal justice system. From the time they enter, they fail to appear. They don't intend to go by any of society's rules. And then they steal millions of dollars. And in other parts of the country, as you've heard before, they're sexually battering children. And it could all be controlled with an immigration policy that says you'll come here legally, like our victims, our Asian American victims did. You'll come here legally so we can vet you, and you're not going to come here on catch and release. And we're not going to send you to New York City, where the city there, as I understand, in the last 2 years, has spent $4.8 billion dealing with homelessness. Well, New York, get used to it. It's rule makers with that ideology that got you in that mess. It's rule makers with that ideology that got us all in this mess. We can stop this. But if we don't, you're going to continue to be victims. We're going to continue to chase these people around and do our best to keep them out of your homes and to keep them from murdering you. But quite frankly, we'd like to use these resources on our homegrown criminals. But if everybody did it the way we did it in Florida and in Polk County, their crime would be like my crime at a 50-year low. I'm going to turn this over before we ask for any questions to Brandon so that he can speak with you. Eric said he's just going to stand by and enjoy the press conference. Brandon.
Thank you, Sheriff. Good afternoon. I'm Brandon Shealy, Assistant Special Agent in charge of FDLE Tampa. This is a direct result of the strong partnerships that we have here in the Tampa Bay area and really just good police work. This is a super sophisticated group, very difficult investigation for many reasons. It spans 6 counties, dozens of victims, sophisticated measures they use to pull these off with surveillance, some countermeasures. But the good work of the law enforcement, our deputies and agents that were involved in this case, just great police work, intense surveillance. And then our analysts did a great job of linking these burglaries together across all these counties. So as the sheriff alluded, a lot of this is due to the open southern borders. We had 2 of these suspects come across the Texas border back in 2021. We had one of them come across through Arizona in 2021. And that made it difficult too, because they're using multiple identities, different names. So it makes it difficult to track these folks. These criminals eventually made their way to Florida and began victimizing our citizens. The sheriff said it best. We're a law and order state. Under the leadership of Governor DeSantis, Attorney General Ashley Moody, FDLE Commissioner Mark Glass, and strong sheriffs like Grady Judd, that's not something we tolerate here in Florida. We're a great place to come visit. We're a great place to come raise a family, but we're a law and order state. We're going to continue to go after criminal organizations like this. We're going to meet these challenges head on, and we're going to make sure these partnerships stay in place, because that's the way we solve these crimes. I mean, 6 different counties, it's very challenging, but strong partnerships will solve this problem. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Brandon. And guess what? We're going to do our best to keep these people locked up in jail for decades. But who's going to pay for that? The local taxpayer, because the federal government won't do their job. That's the bottom line. And you know what? The federal government's going to continue what they're doing as long as the public allows it. And right now, the public's allowing it. Because if the public pressure were there, they could stop this border crisis today. They don't choose to do that, and they don't care that you're a victim. Any questions?
Sure. Just to go back a little bit, you mentioned that you didn't find stolen products on them. We spoke to a pawn shop owner who said that he's out like $10,000 because of this situation. So could you speak to how they went to the pawn shops?
Sure, they went to some local pawn shops, but we caught on to that pretty quickly. And they figured out that we were on their trail as well. So they have moved to different methods. And that's still under investigation, whether it's pawn shops in another state or whether they boxed it up and sent it back to relatives in Colombia. That's still to be investigated. But what we know is they were still in great quantities, and there is not a trace of hardly any of it left here.
They were like falsifying passports, things like that?
There's some of them had a legitimate passport. So how did they get that? A legitimate under that name. They were falsifying, but you don't need a passport when you come here illegally anyway. And quite frankly, I can't share my frustration enough with you and with the community that we can control and deal with this. But as a government institution, the federal government refuses to do that. They refuse to do it. And as a result, they're victimizing hardworking people. They're victimizing small business. They're victimizing people who live in gated communities. So no one is being left unattacked by these illegal immigrants that come here for no purpose other than to commit crime. And at the end of the day, I understand why you can't get excited about 4 organized burglars stealing a lot of stuff when you can't get excited about 250,000 fentanyl deaths, all caused by the same kind of people smuggling that drug through an open border. So at the end of the day, they're laughing at us. There's no accountability. There's no responsibility. They come and go, and they're praying that they can just get deported, and then they'll go back, they'll realign, change their names, get some more identification, and come back and do it again. And then the federal government will give them another free ticket to fly any place in the United States, and then put them up when they get there, all at our taxpayers' expense, billions of dollars a year. Okay?
Quick question. Were they against
Well, as you know, it's not very difficult to get into a neighborhood. You can follow in someone else that's coded in. You can hop the gate and walk in. So there was different ways they got into the community, but then they would dress as if they were part of the maintenance crew or the lawn crews, or they were out jogging, or who's going to stop a lady in a burqa who's out walking for her afternoon walk, right? They did an exceptionally good job. These folks are very good at being organized criminals and stealing your stuff.
Organized pieces of shit.
Do I want to play another Katie? Do I want to play
restaurants?
No.
Do you think that they target them?
Or do I want to do the
I don't know, buddy.
Probably they were bringing the cash to the
What about you,
houses.
Champ? What do you?
Well, first and foremost,
We're at Flowers
they
right now.
focus on these Asian Americans
Right.
because they're good business people. And of course, the good business people make money.
359.
And when you make money, you buy
Jumping
nice cars
from
and nice
90 to
houses and nice
50
clothes and
to
nice
80
jewelry.
to 40 to.
And it breaks my heart because these Asian Americans came here for the American dream, and we welcome legal immigration into this country. This is the land of opportunity. This is the greatest country in the entire world. And why we want to dumb it down to the other countries, I have no idea. But it's actively occurring when you allow these kinds of people to come here. And they targeted, when 7 of our 9 of the ones we've arrested, of the cases we've cleared by arrest, were Asian Americans, that tells you they were targeting Asian American successful businesses. And I can tell you that some of the finest sushi I've eaten in Lakeland is at one of the victims. So it breaks my heart. It doesn't have to be. That's the frustrating thing about it.
What?
It doesn't have to be.
What do you tell those Asian American families to make sure they be on the lookout, start paying more attention to?
You think that was fish or human?
Certainly that's an issue, and that's one of the reasons for the press conference today. Is everyone who owns
What
a
about the
small
facial
business,
recognition?
a couple of small
Explain.
meat packing companies that were targeted.
A little bit more.
If you are a small business that deal with a lot of money, and many times your whole family works in the business. So once they pattern you and see, well, there's mom and dad and 2 teenagers, and the teens are at school, and then after school they go work in the store, and gosh, look at the parking lot at lunch and dinner. It's a vibrant store. It's making a lot of money. You take the photographs, you set up the surveillance. That's the intimidating thing about this. They followed these people back and forth and patterned them. And the federal government allowed it. The federal government allowed those burglaries to occur, allowed
Come on,
those
man.
people
No caps,
to get
buddy.
released because they won't do their job. And the immigration and ICE guy on the street is just trying to follow whatever policy comes down this month. It's not his or her fault. The worker bees are just doing what they're told. It's the bosses that are responsible. And it's very sad.
I don't hear nothing. You're stuck on a screen. Just letting you know. Why do people think it's okay to just type all caps? Please don't do that. Please don't do that, guys.
So this is what I'm gonna do because I really don't. I don't know. Let's see if this jumps up. Cool. If it doesn't, then I wanted to. Oh wait, hold on. I wanted to watch.
I need to get my hair cut in about 25 minutes, bro.
Fucking haircut. You're good.
All right.
I'm saying I wanted to watch the Netanyahu, and it seems like nobody wants to watch that shit. I feel
Probably
like
not.
Trump, they were like, I feel like Trump was on his dick real hard.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being with us today. On the first day of employment at the sheriff's office, and we hire once a month.
Oh my God, dude! Now I gotta hide
be
you.
honest, ethical, and moral all the time. I expect you to treat people like you want your
on
medal
the
treated.
page.
And if you do that, you'll have a wonderful career. And then I go on to explain that, if you work for a fast food restaurant and they catch you sliding pizzas out the back door to their friends, they will terminate your employment and run you off. But there's a difference.
What's up, Reed?
If we find you violating the law at the sheriff's office, we will also terminate your employment, but we will lock you up in the county jail. We're held to a higher standard. You can't police a community if you don't hold yourself to a higher standard than you expect of the people from the community. Then I look at them and I say, do you understand what I said? And I have them all say, yes, sir, I understand.
Yes, sir.
These folks forgot. They
just
forgot what they were taught.
I hate it.
They obviously didn't pay any attention to my warning. And as a result, we locked these 3 deputies up on Friday night. And here's how it started. These 3 folks were on our crime suppression team. We were receiving complaints and actually fears of gang activity and narcotics activity in a community, and they were sent there to try to keep the community safe, stop the narcotics dealing, and as a result, break up the gang activity.
You guys can read his RDAJD3.
Central District area, they came upon a suspect who ran a red light, John Zelensky, who has been with us for about 3.5 years. Stopped the vehicle. He was backed up by Jamal Lawson and Garrett Cook. When they stopped, they asked for permission to search the vehicle, which was denied, which is traditionally what our suspects do. We called a canine. The canine did a search and alerted to drugs. They searched the vehicle and they found in the trunk of the vehicle marijuana and alprazolam, controlled substances. So they arrested the suspect, and in the suspect's pocket, it was a female.
Isn't it?
She had more marijuana in small
No, that's
quantities
alprazolam.
and $723.
Oh.
When they wrote in their affidavit to put her in jail, and Brzezinski was the arresting deputy, they wrote that they seized a large quantity of cash. So they wrote it in the arrest affidavit, and they also wrote it in their initial report. So this was on the 21st of December. They take the suspect to jail. They have a day off. They come back to work on the 23rd of December, where John writes his report and he processes evidence, and he puts several pieces of evidence into property and evidence. But they don't put any cash, any money into property and evidence. What the three of them talk about on the 23rd is, uh-oh, the money's missing.
Who's shocked?
They counted it. All three of them at some point in time counted the money and determined it was $723.
It.
And then the investigation, Brzezinski said Lawson had the money. Lawson said he didn't have the money. Brzezinski had the money. And Garrett Tripp said I never had the money, but they all admitted counting the money. So
they were better
on
off.
The 23rd of December, we've really got a problem here. We're missing money. We've lost the $723. They decided at that point what they would do is they would all kick in and replace the money, which is inappropriate, by the way. But they never did. And they did not go to their supervisor and say, we lost the money.
You don't say.
Brzezinski even has a conversation and says, you know, I'm afraid before this is over with, I'm going to get arrested for theft. So they still do nothing. Now let's advance into March, when our suspects' felony charges are reduced to misdemeanor possession of marijuana. Once that happens, our suspect calls property and evidence and said, hey, I'd like to have my cell phone and my money back.
Explain, Carnage.
She said it was somewhere under $730. She didn't know exactly how much. Property and evidence refers her back to the district and to the supervisors where the event occurred. She calls and talks to what we call the RID, Regional Intake Detective. That detective was filling in actually for the RID detective, and she said, look,
not being a piece of shit. That's what I picture.
So he looks, he pulls up
the laughing stock of the world. All right, now you're just trolling. Now you're just trolling.
Now let me tell you this. Hold on, let me pause it real fast. You know what's funny? No. Stop talking. Hold on. Look, bro, you actually woke up. I don't even give a shit. You made an account and called your fucking self Carnage. A fucking carnage of what, bro?
That's smegma.
You woke up and said, hi, I'm Carnage of Thrust. I think that's an original good name. That's gonna entertain everybody today. I'm fucking intelligent. I bet Americans will love that one. Yo, you're corny as shit, bro.
Yeah, you stop.
Boy.
Somebody's got crust in their wiener.
Got some crust for you.
And says, I don't see many here. Brzezinski gets panicked. Brzezinski starts
imagine not being
the 30,000
part of the USA. That would suck.
And you can see in the press release, they have different versions of this conversation.
You know what I'm saying? Come on.
In the meantime, Brzezinski also calls down to P&E, property and evidence. The property and evidence lady goes, no, there's no mention of any money in any of that property and evidence that was seized and ultimately we have. But the property and evidence lady went forward and searched all around.
I want to know where Carnage is from. That's what I want to know now.
Case number, you found none. And then Brzezinski says,
you got to be the UK.
He called the lady at P&E. He said, call me back on my
Canada
cell phone. So they had this conversation.
Or Australia.
Said, did anybody hear you talking to me? Just forget this conversation occurred. She hangs the phone up and she says to herself, that doesn't sound right. So she goes to her sergeant.
The laughing stock of the world. That's hilarious. Now I'm laughing at you, dummy.
Laughing at you guys.
Brzezinski sergeant calls him in and goes, what is this all about? The money.
That's why you're
Don't worry
sitting
about it, Sarge. We got it covered. I'm writing a
But
supplement.
honestly, you can't really be that dumb.
I don't know what you're talking about, but stop what you're doing. Everybody did what was right when it came to their attention by our suspect. who is
Sorry,
now
you're
the-
not from the United States.
But these three folks.
Not my fault.
So our Zelensky sergeant gets with his supervision. We started a criminal investigation immediately. This all happens from last Monday. Last Monday's when the lady made the initial request for her money back. We do an investigation, and our detectives and supervisors are simply the very best, did what they were supposed to do. When they saw something that wasn't right, they immediately investigated. And within 5 days of this being first brought to our attention and us through and talking to the supervisors and the P&E and completing an investigation, on Friday night, we locked all three of these deputies up. Now, I can tell you I've been with the sheriff's office my entire adult life. And from memory, I can only remember 2 other occasions in almost 50 years where we've arrested more than one deputy at a time. And that was, both of those occasions were back in the 1970s. This is the first time ever that we criminally charged 3 deputies. And it wasn't just for the event, it was for the cover-up.
It just did.
They attempted a cover-up. And they all 3 committed criminal charges or criminal violation of Florida statutes.
You're welcome.
You laughing at us. That's hilarious.
I commend everyone from.
You're probably from Iran right now. Get ready.
The suspect made the initial report to the property and evidence lady who said this call's not right.
Yeah, I got to get ready.
To the supervisors on the ground when they first became aware, to the investigating supervisors and command staff for doing the right thing, because that's what we do here, the right thing.
I love you, buddy. I got to go take a shower and get ready here.
If this group of people had done the right thing, we would have done the right thing. They did the wrong thing.
Take care, everybody. Love you guys.
The right thing. We locked them up and in jails where they belong. So let me give you some background. As a result of this horrific, totally illegal, in violation of all the policies conduct, we will go back to each of these folks and audit every report they ever wrote that dealt with an arrest or seizure of any property. It will take us some period of time. And here's my promise to the community, and here's my promise to these 3 folks. If we find evidence of any other criminal event, we will go back to your house and we will arrest you again and we will put you in jail. At this point in time, obviously, we've not had time to do that audit because we were working all week long on arresting them in the first place. But we took this a step further. Command staff from the sheriff's office, supervisors from the sheriff's office, contacted the state attorney's office and requested that the criminal charges against the suspect be dropped because we can't vouch
The only one watching.
for their credibility.
You're the only
any
one
longer.
talking.
We also promised to the state attorney's office that we would audit their case reports and the cases they've made.
The only one.
And certainly that will be a decision by the state attorney's office as to whether they accept their testimony on any pending cases. But I am mad beyond words that these people have impugned their reputation, and more importantly, of the other 1,000+ deputies that work here with their criminal conduct. I'm going to
special. I know
request
you
when I
are.
have a conversation with our state attorney
For being the only
that
one.
if there's any negotiated pleas, it all requires them to spend some period of time in jail. In Polk County vernacular, I'm pissed. They know it. I want the community to know it. We've also made arrangements through our now victim to not only drop the charges, but we will be working with our legal affairs department, our finance department, to give her money back. And certainly we'll go back as part of the criminal prosecution on them to try to get us reimbursed. We don't know where the money is. We highly suspect that one of the three of them stole it, that it was never lost. We think that's just a lie along the way. But which of the three of them ultimately got the money, we don't know. It appears to us from everything we can put together from all of these convoluted stories that John Rosinski was the last one with the money before it disappeared. And you just don't lose $723 in small bills.
It's just like $723.
So I'm pretty hot about that, as you can well imagine. Well, Michaela Butler, who's 25 and a detention deputy, she decides to go to some kind of an event over the weekend down south with some friends, and she gets arrested for DUI. She's a detention deputy. She was driving erratically on State Road 31 in DeSoto County. She ran off of the roadway. She crossed back over the center line, and a deputy from DeSoto County stopped her. I applaud the deputy for enforcing the law and taking her into custody for driving under the influence. She is suspended pending investigation. And obviously, if our investigation supports their investigation, that's also a termination event. I've said it a lot. I'll say it again. We enjoy trust from this community because we hold our deputies accountable and to a higher standard. I appreciate the fact that our deputies and supervisors and employees, support staff, as soon as they got information about wrongdoing, they brought it to our attention, and we're always going to do the right thing. And this is one more exception, or one more example of doing the right thing. So with that, do you have any questions? I don't know what else I can tell you. I've told you everything that I know. Yes, ma'am.
I know that you said John Rosinski was with the department for 3.5 years. The other two, do you have?
Jamal was with the department 3.5 years, and Garrett Cook 5 years. Garrett Cook and Jamal Lawson were also on the SWAT team.
Sheriff, do you believe that money was drug money?
That was the original charges because it was in small bills, and small bills are what we see on street sales of drugs. However, once again, that money was taken from her and never made into property and evidence. And it's the craziest thing in the world because they wrote in their report that they took the money. They wrote in the affidavit that they took the money, and then they didn't put the money in evidence. It just makes no sense. Initially, you would think, well, missing money, maybe it's true. Well, if it was true, all they had to do was go to their sergeant and say, we lost the money, we dropped the money, whatever, little bird got the money. But that's not what happened. They had this grand conspiracy from the day they discovered it missing. Well, I suggest to you, It's not missing. It's stolen. And we're not absolutely sure which of the three got it. We seen. Makes no difference. They're all in trouble. They're all arrested. They all resigned. And they resigned on Friday night upon their arrest.
Did they say they were sorry or anything like that?
They said a lot of things when we put those handcuffs on them. They found out getting handcuffs put on you is not near as exciting as putting handcuffs on people who commit crime. But our detectives were really pleased to put handcuffs on the three of them.
It seems like a lot to risk for such a relatively small amount of money.
They didn't just risk their job, they risked their reputation. They risk any future opportunities to work in law enforcement. They risk everything over a tiny amount of money.
Can you talk about how it feels, I guess, for you all? Because now, what if people are hesitant about other officers doing this?
Well, you know, you're exactly right. There's always going to be a few people going, I told you. Well, here, let me tell you something. The system worked. The checks and balance worked. And you can suspect people, and that's people, but I can tell you clearly and unequivocally, I've got over 1,000 deputies here working in detention, law enforcement, in the courts. I've got support staff working here that are honest, ethical, moral, and they do the right thing every day. And every time, without exception, we find someone that violates the law. We investigate them and we arrest them. And I go a step further. I hold a press conference. We're going to be transparent. I could have arrested them and then hoped that you didn't hear about it. That's not the way we do things here. We lead from the front. If we're going to hold this community accountable, we're going to hold ourselves more accountable.
And as for auditing the reports, how long could that possibly take? I know you said a period of time, but it seems about a while.
Well, two of them has 3.5 years of experience and one has 5 years experience. Fortunately, things are computerized. So we'll go in and all of their calls for service don't require an arrest or a seizure. So we'll start at the top and work backwards. And if it takes 3 months, 6 months, however long it takes, that's just how long it'll take. But we want to make sure that we're comfortable with there's not been another episode of this. And if there has been, they'll be held accountable for that as well. But that's the only way we can be comfortable. And that's the only way the community can be comfortable, is for us to do a complete and thorough audit of all of their work. And it'll be much easier than it would have been back in the day because everything's computerized.
You said that at one point they tried to replace the money, kick in and replace the money, which obviously you said is inappropriate. Did they ever do that, or did they just say they were going to?
Well, Lawson, actually within the last week when this thing started scurrying around, he sent Rosinski $500 through his Apple Pay. Rosinski obviously had to put it in his account because that's how it moves. Rosinski was doing a supplement report, and he also dummied up a swear-to, that's part of his criminal charges, a swear-to affidavit. And that's when we said, time out. So whether or not he would have put the money in evidence or not, we don't know.
Definitely.
Because he never had a chance to, because we stopped it. We were involved in it. So Jamal is out $500 more that Rosinski has in his account. But we'll let them deal with that. We're dealing with the criminal part. I don't know, maybe Jamal will want to come back and file a theft charge on him later if he doesn't get his $500 back. We'll take the report. We'll file another charge. But right now it appears to be a civil engagement involved in the middle of a criminal event. Anything else?
Netanyahu just did an interview about speech yesterday. Literally just popped up. I want to hear what he has to say about Trump. I sounded like they were really on some. It was really weird. I want to watch the actual press. To be honest.
The American people and our Christian friends around the world. First of all, a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Well, you had these extensive meetings at Mar-a-Lago Monday.
Israel emerged from the seven-front war that was foisted on us as the most powerful country in the Middle East. But part of that is this tremendous alliance that we have with the United States under President Trump. It's just a partnership of like-minded peoples and leaders, and I'm very grateful to President Trump for that support that he gives us.
Let's talk about the ceasefire and where it stands. What has been so hard about getting to phase 2, which is of this peace plan, the Hamas disarmament, getting an international stabilization force on the ground in Gaza?
Well, one word: disarmament. Hamas committed to disarm. It's got still about 20,000 people with basically Kalashnikov rifles, which they use periodically to execute anyone who doesn't want the continuation of the journey. So they kill a lot of Palestinians who don't want them. And they have altogether 60,000 AK rifles. That's what disarmament means. You got to take all these rifles, take them away from them, and break up those terror tunnels that they have. Still hundreds of kilometers of terror tunnels. Hamas refuses to do it.
Do you think you'll get there? Do you think you'll get to phase 2, even though there's this unwillingness by Hamas to disarm?
Look, I think we have to give it a chance. There's an attempt to bring an international force. So far, it hasn't come to fruition, but we'll give it a chance because if it can be done, again, as the president and I have said, if it can be done the easy way, fine. And if not, it'll be done another way.
Coming into this meeting, there was some media reporting that said this was a crucial meeting for the future of the Gaza deal. This is what Axios wrote. White House officials think Netanyahu is slow-walking the peace process and fear he will resume the war with Hamas. But while the Israeli prime minister is butting heads with Trump's team, he hopes to bring the president himself over to his more hawkish point of view, a senior Israeli official said. Fair going into that meeting, and what do you take coming out of it?
I can't deal with any one of these fake spins because I didn't have to bring the president anywhere. We saw eye to eye. He cut right to the chase. He said, look, skip all this press stuff. I mean, the real thing is you've got to get Hamas to disarm. He just banged the nail on the head,
But did you hear any of that frustration about the strikes that you've completed since the ceasefire?
Not from the president, I have to tell you. I think he understands. Look, we're attacked. These terrorists try to kill us. Unfortunately, sometimes kill our soldiers. What would you do? Well, you just did. There was this jihadist in Syria who killed 2 Americans. Bam! You hit them back. And the president instinctively and in any other way, conceptually, understands when you're fighting terrorists who want to kill you, kill them first or kill them in response.
Settler violence in the West Bank continues to rise.
You hear this?
It does threaten some regional stability. How are you addressing that?
Well, first of all, I think it's much broader. When they're talking about it, they're talking about a handful of kids. We actually located. It's about 70 kids. They're not from the West Bank. They're actually come from teenagers who come from broken homes. And they do things like chopping the olive trees, and sometimes they try to burn a home. I can't accept that. That's vigilantism. I'm taking that out. But they claim they put a false symmetry between these teenagers and 1,000, actually over 1,000 terrorist attempts, terrorist attacks against the settlers, families, mothers who are driving on the roads there with their children. They're attacked, they're slain. So there's no symmetry. Even if it's not parallel, even if it's not symmetrical, I want peaceful coexistence between the Israelis and the Palestinians who live in Judea, Samaria, which is part of our ancestral.
The president said this. I wouldn't say we agree.
We'll come to a conclusion on the West Bank.
Where's the daylight?
Oh, I think there's a lot of daylight because I think we both want to see a future in which that territory is not used for terrorist attacks. We've done a lot of things in that regard. We also want to build a lot of infrastructure there, both for us and for our Palestinian neighbors. And I think there's a lot of room to talk about it. But I think ultimately, Israel has to have the military control over this area because it's so tiny.
Do you see an international stabilization force in Gaza being on the ground in 26? Do you see a new government that you could live with in Gaza in 2026?
I think you have to ask, as far as the second question is concerned, a new government in Gaza is possible if you disarm Hamas, because no one's going to come in there if Hamas stays armed, and they'll put a bullet right through the back of their head, anyone of any potential new government. So the answer to your question is, if we disarm Hamas, whether with an international force or by any other means, yes, I see a different future for Gaza. And it's the one remaining step. Everybody understands that. I think Hamas understands it. That's why they don't want to do it, because, the point here is not to negotiate with Hamas. That's not the job, their job. Their job is to vanish, stop, no more. And you know who wants it more than anyone else? The people of Gaza.
The president talked about the threat from Iran. How much has Iran rebuilt its nuclear and ballistic missile capabilities since June?
Well, it's trying to, and the president was correct when he said that, the Fordo thing was obliterated, so they're trying other sites. They'll try that. They also are trying to recover their ballistic missile production facility. It's not, we set them back considerably on both areas, but yeah, they'll try. And I think the president was right to tell them, hey, don't. That's basically what his message was. And I think with Iran, the real issue is they should accept the fact that they shouldn't have nuclear enrichment capability. They should take out all the material that they've already enriched, take it out of Iran, and have inspections.
Judging by the president, the Iran's president over the weekend said that his country is in, quote, full-scale war with the U.S., Israel, and Europe. What do you think the chances are, if you were to put a percentage on it, that you, Israel, or the U.S. is going to have to take some action again inside Iran?
Well, I'll tell you about action, because I was presented a few days ago, actually 2 weeks ago, with the prospect that they're having field exercises in which they're practicing launching missiles at Israel. So I think I made it public, so it's not secret. I said, if you dare do that, the results would be devastating. So I hope Iran doesn't make that mistake.
But are they expanding ballistic missiles?
They are going back to production. As far as the nuclear program, I think they're trying to do it. I'm not sure they've decided to cross the line because I think they heed President Trump's warnings, and also because they've just experienced something. Less than a year ago, they saw what it entails, and they have to choose. Look, we don't seek escalation. I hope they don't, but if they do.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house, no matter what condition it's in. If you need to sell your house for any reason, click the link in this video to see if my offer is right for you. We make the process of selling your house easy and simple. No commissions, no fees. We'll buy your house in as-is condition, and you pick the closing date. No appraisals, no repairs, no hassles. All offers are completely confidential, and there is no obligation whatsoever. Click the link in this video and
All bets are off.
What are the prospects of expanding the Abraham Accords?
Really good.
Syria, with Saudi Arabia, what's next?
I think it's possible, precisely because of the great achievements that we had fighting the Iran and its axis. Hezbollah is a shadow of itself. The Houthis are not what they were. Hamas clearly not what they were. And Iran too. Iran was a first-rate power. It was strutting around the Middle East and the world as though they were a superpower. And so people are open to peace agreements. I hope we can do that with the Saudis and with others. And by the way, also Muslim countries outside the Middle East who are very interested. You know why? Two reasons. One, as I told you, Israel is a very powerful military country and people want to partake of our knowledge. But the other thing is, we're just a high-tech juggernaut. Our economy, after 2 years of war, is going through the roof. So I think that helps peace too.
Yet you are a leader who has been embattled.
Right.
You are facing a trial.
Right.
And you say all these positive things are happening and the war is, in your mind, heading in the right direction. But yet you're facing this trial.
I'm in trials and investigations for 10 years, in these bogus investigations. It's a political trial. President was right to call for a pardon. And you know what this trial was about? They said that I received a bribe. You know what the bribe was? Favorable coverage in a third-rate internet site. That's the bribe. 2 years ago, the judges called the prosecution that is politically motivated, and they tell them, hey, wait a minute. Prime Minister didn't receive positive coverage. He received negative coverage. So you should drop the bribery charge. So what's left? Well, on the first day of my cross-examination, now you got to hear this, okay? The cross-examination. And they say, Prime Minister, 29 years ago, your son received a Bugs Bunny doll. That's what they're cross-examining. And about cigars I received from a friend. That's the trial. So it's ridiculous. It's been dissolving. And the president is...
Oh, yeah, I believe you, man.
He said
I
this.
really do believe
How do you not? He's a wartime prime minister who's a hero.
I can't wait to.
How do you not
I was
give a
going
fuck?
to end it
You know,
after
I think
this,
it's a-
but I think I'm going to play the actual press conference between the two because I won't watch it after that.
Hard thing not to do it.
This.
I spoke to the president, and it's on. I mean,
Mike,
he tells me it's
it
on its
just
way.
depends. If I'm going to
President
watch,
Herzog's
I watch
office
it live, or else I won't
denies
watch
that the president's statement about recent conversation with him on Netanyahu's pardon. There's not been a conversation between
Have you
President
guys
Herzog
watched
and President Trump since the pardon request was submitted. That's according to the president's office yesterday. What's your take of where it stands?
Look, I don't know about their conversations, but I do know that the president, who's a terrific friend, and he just cuts to the chase, you know. He said, what the, you know, he knows this is ridiculous.
Obviously, there's other people that describe the trial differently than you're depicting it, but from your point of
Bring
view,
your camera.
right, to the critics who say that you want this war to continue to help your political future, what do you say?
The war to continue?
Yeah, the battle.
This is so vicious and so false. You know, I've been to war. When I was 18 years old, I joined the Army Special Forces. One of my best friends died in my arms, received mortar shrapnel. He died in my arms. You know. I lost friends. I lost a brother. I saw it.
I can watch
it. I just had a family here with the last hostage, a hero of Israel, who died. We're trying to recover his body. He killed 14 terrorists until the last bullet, and he died.
Right,
And I see
Ron
what
Geely.
happens. Ron Geely, yeah, he's an incredible hero. And I see the depth of grief, you know. So you have to go through that to understand the cost of war and the pain of war. That's the last thing I want. But I think we've had a tremendous victory, series of victories. But the real victory would be the ability to translate that into the fruits of peace. When I led the country into this war and now lead them into the search for peace, I'm on a mission. And the mission, you don't have power for power's sake. It's what you do with it. And what I want to do is to secure the future of Israel and to give it a future of peace, prosperity, and security. It's not only for us. It's for America. It's for our, you know, I started out with a call and a greetings to our Christian friends. Christians in the Middle East are being persecuted everywhere. So when I talk about helping Israel, we're also talking about helping those in the Arab world and in the Muslim world who want to make peace with us, and minorities like the Druze in Syria and the Christians in Syria and elsewhere, give them a better life, the kind of life that Christians have in Israel and only in Israel and the Middle East.
Speaking of Syria, is President Trump wrong to trust the interim president of Syria, al-Shar?
I think he wants to give him a chance, as do we, but look at what happened. We saw the 1-year anniversary of the
you need to watch. I started watching
and they have a march,
and it was,
you know, a parade. of their army.
It said a lot, dude.
And unfortunately,
It
half
said a
their
whole
army are jihadists. We'd like to see if we can have a different relationship with them. We have talks, which we never had with the Assad regime. And I hope it leads to a future of peace.
Last thing, what is the biggest lesson that you've learned since that horrible day of October 7th? And characterize, if you could, what you see about anti-Semitism around the world and where it stands today.
I think the lesson actually goes back to the Holocaust. If somebody says they want to kill you, they want to destroy you, annihilate you, believe them and be prepared at all times to fend them off. We've shown that very ably with the courage of our incredible, heroic soldiers, just incredible. With the case of communities around the world of Jews, as in Sydney or Mascot or here in the United States, you had these horrible things happen here too. I think it really depends on the position of the government. Do they speak out against President Trump? Does. Many governments don't, and they should. But Jews around the world should always know that Israel will stand by them and will help governments who want to fight anti-Semitism. And the last thing I would tell you is anti-Semitism starts with the attacks on the Jews, but it never ends there. It goes on to others, blacks, Hispanics, and so on. Eventually, it just poisons the entire society. So it's not merely in the interest of the Jewish people to fight anti-Semitism. It's the interest of all free societies to stop it.
No, it's not.
Mr. Prime Minister, we appreciate your time. Always.
I didn't attempt to play it. If nobody's watching it, I'm going to try. But I don't know if it'll take it in. And if it don't pop, then I'll get off. It is what it is.
Coming out now. Leaders coming out now.
I literally showed that Richie thing just as a break. I lost tons of people.
People could come in. Come on over.
At all.
We had a big meeting with a lot of people, a lot of talent from Israel and from the U.S. And I think we came to a lot of conclusion and conclusions. And there's very little difference in what we're looking at and where we want to be, where we want to go. And so I just want to thank you for spending time. I know you're going to be over here for a couple of days, and maybe we'll be surprising us on New Year's Eve. That'll be fine.
Oh, thank you.
And it's wonderful seeing you and Sarah and your whole group. Very talented group. We've done very good work together, and it'll continue. So thank you very much, baby.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hungry Root is the easiest way to eat healthy. Hungry Root is kind of like having your own personal shopper and nutrition.
I'm out of here, bro. I'm not gonna stick around for 20 people. I think. Who we got left? Shoot, there's a ton. Keeks, thanks for popping in. Everybody, Ryan, thanks for your help. We'll watch this tomorrow or something another day. But yeah, y'all have a good day. Good night. God bless. See you much.